Congress on the history of the police. Before we start, my coordinator is going to make an announcement. Maria Dolores Herrero has the floor. Thank you, Agustin. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to announce something that I commented on with some people, but at the end of the day, there is not in the program, but we will have a cocktail to exchange views and so on. This cannot be here in the school because we are a lot of people. We have to cross the zebra crossing, go upstairs, and in the building called Edificio Multiusos, in that building we will hold this cocktail. We will meet at the entrance of the school to go together, so don't worry about that. That's the announcement I wanted to make. That's great. That's a great announcement. I want one of those every day. So when we finish the Congress, we will have a glass of wine or a drink together in that cocktail. So now we start with this last session and the roundtable on synergies between the university and the Spanish police in the 21st century. Can you hear me? All right. So this title was found ad hoc, and the fact that Lola and I are sharing this roundtable is the result of these synergies between Complutense University and the Spanish National Police. I think I will be surprised by some facts here. Lola is laughing. You know how women are, they like to make men suffer. Anyways, I think her paper will be a surprise. Lola says the first surprise. So there's going to be two surprises. So the first surprise is going to be this paper on the 5 years of investigation between the anthropology lab of the Complutense University and the canine unit of the National Police. What do dogs have to do with the university? I have no clue. But we'll see that now. I give the floor to Maria Garcia Velasco. She's a doctor in physical anthropology and specialized in forensic anthropology. He's been working since 2016 as a professor in several degrees and master's degree regarding forensic science, and now she's a professor in the legal medicine department of psychiatry and psychology of the Complutense University, and pathology, of the Complutense University. She's been a member of the Forensic Police School, UNAM, where she was in charge of several projects regarding anthropology, forensic anthropology rather, and she has more than 15 years of experience in archaeological excavations, studying pre-Hispanic evidence in Mexico, also the mass digs, the mass burials of the Spanish Civil War. She has experience in human rights and in the search of human beings in many projects. She specialized too in local medicine and forensic science, forensic medicine. She has published many articles in indexed journals. She will be joined by Patricia Benitez, who's also an expert on forensic science. She's now a professor in the Department of Legal Medicine, Psychiatry, and Pathology. She now teaches lectures in the Criminology Master's degree applied to forensic police. She investigates excavation, recovery of missing individuals. She's been working on this field for 10 years as part of the research team in this field. Now, she also works in the in a similar project in the UK. She has published several scientific articles regarding the age of non-accompanied minors who travel to other countries. She's the author of several chapters and articles in prestigious journals like the International Journal of Legal Medicine and Forensic Science International. Sorry for my English, the speaker says. The floor is yours, Maria. Can you hear me? The mic is not on, so the interpretation has to stop.
Yo. Ya, bueno, pongo los dos, no hay problema.
So on behalf of Dr. Benitez, and also in my name, I want to thank you for being with us, for having us to talk about our collaboration with the Canine Unit of the police. We will try to answer this question mark of how we start talking about, or of how we relate anthropology with the Canine Unit. For us, it's a fantastic experience. I hope we will keep working on this for many, many years together. First, I would like to talk about the medicine school for those who don't know the Complutense University very well, or those who are not from Madrid. The medicine school, it's at the exit of the Ciudad Universitaria metro station, next to the statue of a horse, the Carriers of the Torch, it's called. Everyone is welcome to visit us whenever they want. Also in our department, the department where I work, we have this great museum. Professor Roberto Coma is open to the public, and it has a great collection of artifacts regarding forensic criminality and other things. It's a jewel in our school, in the Complutense University, and you can visit it whenever you want. Also inside, in our department, we have a laboratory. Our lab is called Anthropology and Odontology, Forensic Anthropology and Odontology, or Best Practices. No, Anthropology and Odontology rather. So today I will focus on the on calculating people's age. We can use sonograms on minors to try and guess their age by analyzing several criteria. We can also analyze trauma on bones or cuts in the body to try and figure out how the bone responds to trauma. Finally, we are also dedicated to processes. This is our third field of expertise, processes that take place in a body, in a corpse, when someone dies, and this is what relates our department to the police. So we started collaborating 5 years ago in 2020 when we were asked to collaborate. Our dean was asked to collaborate with the police in order to train dogs in the detection and identification of corpses. So they contacted our dean, and also the head of our department was contacted, Maria Jose Anadon. You can see her in this picture on the left. As you can see in the picture, this was a pandemic, during the pandemic, and we started developing strategies at this point to meet our responsibilities. One of our responsibilities is to respond to people's needs. So we started working on this and started to elaborate protocols on how to work together. We collaborate not only in investigation, in research, but also in teaching, in lecturing. This lecturing experience has been very fruitful, not only for us as professors, but also for our master's degree students. In the master's degree on criminology and forensic science, our students are thrilled. They really like this experience. I love these pictures from last year because it was very, very hard for us to let them go because they were great students. Now, in this lesson that you see in the picture, they were given a conference on the matter. Now, our students are prone to become members of the police, so they are very interested in the subject, and we create new synergies, which is a great experience. Now, our students also go to see the K9 unit from the police, and we also attend the K9 unit training for police officers, where we provide a lecture on the corpse process. So the experience is very enriching for both parts. Regarding research, well, we have currently 2 projects in which we're working with the police. The research done in the lab is under a convention, so we collaborate with the funeral services of Madrid, and we work mainly in Carabanchel Sur Cemetery. Now, one of these projects is the skeletonization of corpses. In this project, we have more than 300 skeletons that have been identified, biologically identified. We can know exactly their age and gender. So this collection of skeletons is very valuable nationally and internationally. We receive students, researchers from all over the world to come to study these skeletons. So, thanks to this convention that we have signed with the cemetery, with the funeral services, we can use corpses that have not been claimed by their families after 10 years. Once we find such a case, once the funeral services find such a case, they contact us and we start working on that corpse. It's important to point out that when they come with the dogs, we do all the training before opening the coffin, because we don't know in which state the corpse will be when we open the coffin. So it's important to know how the dogs respond to different traits, to different evidence. Because once we open the coffin, we can find corpses that are mummified or partially skeletonized, depending on the place where they were buried and depending on the weather conditions. We have articles on this subject if you're interested. So it's very exciting actually, because when we're about to open a coffin, we don't know what we are going to find. And depending on on how the dogs react, then we open the coffin to see what we find. Now the second project in which we're working, also in the cemetery, we will present this project shortly to include it in the convention, and together with the Corpse Donation Center of the Complutense University. This project has to do with the decomposing corpses. So a protocol that we are elaborating, and that consists of several components. First, the material and the experimental design, according to the graph that you have on the screen. It's a draft graph, but I think you can understand that after burying three body parts in three different burials, what we try to find is when the dogs will be able to identify these body parts. Now, in the design of the experiment, we will have one burial 30 centimeters deep. A probe will be placed above the body part that is buried, and another probe will be put as far as possible. I will explain the reason for these probes later. Now the second body part will be buried 60 centimeters deep with the same probes, and the third burial will be 90 centimeters deep. We will finally have a control, experiment control or baseline burial to check the parameters. So what are we going to study here? We are trying to study two variables. First, an independent variable, which is the deepness of the burial, the depth of the burial, rather, and then dependent variables, biological and taphonomic variables, which has to do with the corpse decomposing. Now, this is a technique that we use when we have to bury up a corpse. Now, the probes will measure variables regarding temperature and moisture. Now, the decomposing process generates variations in terms of temperature and moisture. So, by probing these changes in variables, we will be able to identify, to locate the corpse, the body parts in this case. Now, these processes have to be accompanied by samples, of course, samples of the soil to understand the pH composition and the soil composition. Now, these variables, these volatile organic substances, will be the result of this research. Because these volatile organic components can change, can mutate, and dogs can identify the changes in these volatile chemicals. So every piece of research has always has to be always based on evidence. So how the searches that we do with the dogs have to be programmed. Maybe once a week. The dogs will go over the burial places, and we will register if the dogs detect anything. When the dogs detect a smell in the burial, we will register this information, and we will check this against the variables that we measured before with the probes. So we will be able to find a correlation between the variables and the dogs detection. So we will be able to know also the chemicals that dogs can sniff in the first place, the strongest smell that the dog can detect. This is the first step of the research. If we have good results in this step of the research, and hopefully we'll have them, these dogs are wonderful, then we would move on to a second step, using not only these body parts that I mentioned, so freshly dead body parts, but then we would move on to burying body parts with clothes on, and we will try to simulate real cases of people buried under the ground. I think this research will be very, very useful to advance in forensic science and to be able to keep training dogs in real case scenarios. Now, of course, we're open to maintain this collaboration and to collaborate with new entities that wish to do so, and to respond to different needs so that we can develop in our department the necessary research to respond to people's needs. Thank you very much for your attention. In this slide you can see our email addresses, and if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, María.
Thank you very much, Maria. While my colleagues switch places to introduce the next paper, I will just talk about the next paper, which is called the historical team. No, the biome as a historic heritage in relationship with the police. Now, Montserrat de Pedro Esteban will put this paper. She finished her degree on teaching many years ago. She developed her career in the criminal police, so she has a lot of experience in investigations, criminal investigations in several fields regarding economic crime, drug trafficking, home abuse, and she's been 4 years working in historic heritage unit. She has developed several courses like the methodology of police activities, the investigation of assets, undercover agents, protection and defense of the national historical heritage, among other trainings. They're hiding now, so we'll give them a few minutes to get ready.
Sí, de hecho, no, de hecho, si quieres sacar el mío, que lo he dejado ahí. Pues,
Vale. Estábamos intentando usarlo por debajo.
Es que...
Perdón.
Nada.
Vale, gracias.
Menos mal que no te pasa a ti.
Bueno, y finalizo y como
as part of the general headquarters of the criminal police, where she has been working since she joined the police. She has a wide experience in the coordination of international operations. Once, whenever you choose, the floor is yours.
Para que se vea pantalla completa.
Pantalla completa abajo.
Ah, en la copita esa.
En la copita,
En la copita esa que hay abajo.
Aquí a la derecha.
Sí, ya.
A ver.
Mira, ¿me dejas? Sí. A ver si...
Bueno. Creo que con F5. F5 dicen que por F5. F5.
Pues no.
¿Me dejas? No sé.
Es que el ratón...
Sí, se mueve la parte.
El ratón se mueve y entonces no deja picar.
No, además no lo veo.
Mayúsculas.
Mayúsculas F5. No, mayúsculas F5.
Espera, si quieres,
Dale,
que yo antes sí que pude ponerlo. Ahora ya está.
Vamos a ver. El teclado.
No sé si tienes que dar el micrófono, Monse. ¿Con cuál vas a hablar, Eli?
¿A este? ¿Se me oye bien?
Está.
Vale, perfecto. Bueno, pues lo primero, como no puedo...
First of all, of course, I want to thank the National University Center of National Police and the Complutense University for making possible this conference. We are honored to be here to share our work with you, because we are always happy to talk about our work. We want to be humble, but we want to explain what we do. In my 5 years in the Cultural Heritage Brigade, there's something I have seen, which is that it is surprising to have a special unit in the police dedicated to the protection of cultural goods. So right now I want to explain who we are and what we do. Our squad was born in 1977, and it was the Group for Artworks. It was just a group. But even back then, it was evident that we needed a group of police officers dedicated to pursue all crimes against cultural goods. During the 1950s, 1960s, Spain opened its gates to foreign tourism, and many foreign tourists came here and realized that churches used to be open 24/7. Anyone could come in and out of a church. There was no surveillance at all. And this made easy to steal items from churches. Some very valuable artifacts were stolen back then, and that's why our group was born. This group had excellent results, and they dismantled several organized groups in the Mediterranean coast and Castilla-La Mancha. They arrested art dealers who were involved in the trafficking of stolen works of art, and they also arrested many people involved in the illegal exportation of these artifacts. So there's something I would like to explain. The National Police is 200 years old, but our squad has existed for 50 years. This is a quarter of the lifetime of the National Police, and I think this is relevant because it was not evident to realize, to spot this need back then. And we are near our 50th anniversary, so I think we will have to organize something in order to celebrate it. We went on working, and the group became a brigade in 1986, according to a royal decree of 1986 and the law 16, 1985. Of course, this meant an increase in our resources. And of course, it meant also an increase in the results of our work. And what did the royal decree decide? Well, our squad is working in close collaboration with the Ministry of Culture and with the relevant authorities of the autonomous communities in order to pursue all the crimes related to cultural goods. An important achievement of our group, something we are very proud of, not just because we are members of the group, was getting the medal to the merit of the fine arts. This was granted to the group by the Ministry of Culture, and we keep the medal itself in our offices. But of course, this is a merit for the whole national police. Here you can see in this chart where our unit is. We are part of the central unit for the fight against violent and specialized crime. I'm sure that there are many police officers in this room. But there's something that even you could not know. Many people are not aware that there is a specialized unit for nearly everything. And that this central unit for the fight against violent and specialized crime, there are different units, and all of them are highly specialized. For example, those working in the field of the fight against illegal gambling, the fight against environmental crimes, and us, of course. What does this mean? We are part of the central services of the National Police. We are here in Madrid, and our goal is to fight all threats against Spanish cultural heritage. Our brigade includes 3 operational groups. One of these groups also carries out notes operational tasks. They organize training, they feed databases, and our jurisdiction extends through the whole country. And of course, the National Police saw that we needed more resources, and that's why a decree of 1997 created a network of delegates for historical cultural heritage. These delegates work in different provinces and regions, and they give us support. Each delegate has exclusive and personal responsibilities. Someone who can be located 24/7, and we resort to these delegates very often because our unit is not so big. So sometimes we need support for other tasks, like surveying someone, and that's when we resort to these delegates. We also collaborate with other people. For example, forensic police, the group for technical interventions. For example, they've got georadars. The last time we used these georadars, we used it to investigate an archaeological site that had been looted. So our colleagues used the georadar. The results were analyzed by experts from the university at Cordoba. Using the georadar on an archaeological site is not a very common task. We also resort to special systems. For example, we might need a drone to survey an archaeological site, to detect whether someone is looting the site. We also liaise with Europol and Interpol. And we also resort to other organizations like the church. As you know, a great part of the cultural heritage in Spain is the property of the church. So we have to collaborate with them. We also collaborate with universities. For example, let's say that we recover stolen items, and we always need to draft a report about the recovered items. This report is essential for the judge to know about the piece. And very often we resort to universities, to the National Archaeological Museum, to the Ministry of Culture, in order to help us with these reports. We also collaborate with associations of art dealers. For example, it's important to spread the news about stolen artifacts that we need to recover. There was a case about a picture by Marc Chagall, which was stolen. Well, someone lost it and someone found it. And thanks to this dissemination of news, we sometimes get to recover the stolen or lost items. And of course, we also collaborate with regional and local police forces. But of course, our closest working relationship is, of course, with the Ministry of Culture, because we all work together towards the same goal. So there is a constant communication between our unit and the ministry. For example, we examine all the pieces that require a license for exportation. This happens with any works of art, any goods that are older than 100 years. If you want to export a chair in your house, which is 100 years old, you need a license. The license is issued by the Ministry of Culture. But we always examine the pieces before the license is issued, and we can spot any suspicious item, an artifact which might be related to an ongoing investigation. The Ministry of Culture allows us to check the information in their files and databases. For example, the ministry can tell us who has requested a license to export an item. The ministry also provides us with experts who can help us draft the reports for the judge. They help us to estimate the value of an item. And they also have warehouses where we can keep the seized pieces, because we don't have an adequate space to stock all these items. And the ministry is also a liaison with other organizations in the autonomous communities. We are also very concerned about awareness raising. We need to make people aware of the need to protect our cultural heritage. So we have worked with the OSCE in a project to fight illegal transnational trafficking of artworks. We have collaborated with different countries. We have also collaborated with some UN organisms. In the program for container control, for example, we have worked with the authorities in Panama. There was an exchange with our Panamanian colleagues. And in November 2023, an agreement was signed between Panama and Spain in order to build a joint team to fight the illegal traffic of cultural goods. We also collaborate with CEPOL, which is the European Agency for Police Training. We also collaborate with EGAT. This is a group of experts in archives. We also took part in the Cusco Forum, which is a UNESCO forum. It takes place in Peru, in Cusco. We have also collaborated with the Autonoma University of Madrid, with the diplomatic school, with any organization which can need to collaborate with us. As to our international and specifically European collaboration, we are part of different networks. We are part of the CultNet networks. In fact, I have met here some people who took part in our last CultNet meeting. CultNet is an informal network of experts in the fight against the trafficking of cultural goods. Their meetings take place every 6 months in whichever country is the preside the European Union. 2 years ago, we met in the National Archaeological Museum and at the Linares Palace, and we had some excellent speakers. We also take part in Impact. What is Impact? It's a cycle of activity of the European Union against crime. And there are 2 impact cycles focused on cultural goods. The first is Artemis, and the goal was to detect objects illegally obtained present in different art fairs. As you can imagine, smuggling is quite common in these fairs. We carried out an operation called Parma. We collaborated with the Carabinieri, the Italian police. They warned us that they had found some artifacts that had no exportation license. They gave us the information available. We also studied some information from the fair, such as pictures shared online, and we detected some more artifacts that had left Spain without the exportation license. And whenever an object has been illegally exported, it becomes the property of the Spanish government. And we recovered 95 works of art that had left Spain illegally. And their impact, there's also the Pandora operation, which is dedicated to cyber surveillance. We are now searching the premises of different art dealers and auction houses. These operations take part in a determined, in a certain time framework. We are also taking part in a project coordinated by the Italian Institute of Technology. It includes the collaboration of different organizations and NGOs. All these entities are collaborating in order to develop a software tool that using AI can spot illegal criminal activities. The tool would analyze the activity on social media, where some people share too much information. And the tool will help us understand the dynamics of this criminal activity and the circuits followed by these illegally obtained items. There are 12 countries taking part in this initiative. The project is nearing its end, even if the software tool is not totally operational yet. I have been talking about the changes throughout history, but there are things that never change. And one of the things that never change are the reasons of the crimes. And the reasons, you can see them on screen. These three pictures are not unique. They were taken during a real investigation, and it's not the same money on the three pictures. There is a legend in our field. Some people think that there are some rich collectors that can request someone to steal their favorite work of art just for the sake of having this work of art at home and to enjoy watching it while they relax after work. Well, that's a legend. I've never seen that in all my years in the unit. And even more veteran police officers have never seen it. People steal works of art for money. That's the only reason we've ever seen. These three pictures come from the same case. It was the robbery of the Codex Calistine. I'm quite sure you have heard about it. This operation began in the summer of 2018. This codex was a book from the 11th century. It's a jewel of the historic heritage of Galicia, and it's related to the Camino de Santiago. During the operation, we interrogated many individuals, many telephone lines were tapped, and at a certain point of the investigation, our officers saw that there were some contradictory declarations, and they searched the house of a person working in the cathedral. They searched the house. They did not find the book at first. they found a second house belonging to this individual, and they finally found the book. And the essential thing here is that we recovered this valuable item. And they even found out more. They also discovered that many money had been stolen from the cathedral. Another operation, well, we had to choose relevant operations, but there are many, but maybe not all of them were so well known. Or they're telling me we are running out of time, so I will focus on just one or two more operations. These are some pictures by Francis Bacon. I'm sure you know that in 2015, these paintings were stolen from a house in the Plaza de la Encarnación in Madrid. Many objects were stolen from this house, including 5 paintings by Francis Bacon. And some of these paintings were not well known because they had been a gift from the artist to the owner of the paintings. The forensic police took part in the investigation. We examined the footage from surveillance cameras nearby. Several individuals were arrested. As I said before, the reason for these crimes is always money. And of course, it's always easy to sell a jewel or to sell a watch, but it's not that easy to sell a painting by Bacon. These paintings were included in the Interpol database of stolen objects. So the news were disseminated to 195 countries. So it was really hard to sell these paintings. And when the paintings were offered to a potential buyer, this buyer saw that these paintings had been stolen and warned the police. So we could arrest 16 people. Some of them were the perpetrators. On the picture, you can see 2 of the paintings that were recovered in 2017. No, the one on your left was recovered in 2024. And there is still 1 painting missing. So you can see that's the information in the Interpol database. And I think we are very near our goal. I hope that in the next conference I will be able to tell you that we have recovered it. We are concerned about stolen items, but of course most museums have a lot of surveillance systems, and the same is true for churches. Well, no, I didn't want to mention the Louvre. We are all very surprised about what happened, but generally speaking, all museums have a lot of security systems. So right now, our main concern are archaeological sites, because we have a lot of cultural goods under the earth, and we don't know what is there, and so we can't even know what has been stolen. In this case, and I want to explain about an operation where we recovered 91 gold coins from the Roman era. They were pure gold. They had been coined between the 1st and 3rd century. And our investigation began in 2022 when we realized that an auction house in Madrid was selling a very high number of gold coins. this was unusual. We opened an investigation and we saw that the coins had been sold by two people from Extremadura. They were not collectors. They had no relation with the art market, but they were related to some people using metal detectors illegally. They said it was a legacy, something they had inherited from their family. And I have to mention that there is a time limit, which is 1985. Everything that was found after 1985 belongs to the state. So everyone tries to say that the pieces are older than 1985, that they belonged to them before this year. So these two people from Extremadura said that the coins had been in the family for many years. We had the collaboration of the regional government in Extremadura, and we could locate the archaeological site which the coins came from. Many of these coins had left Spain without an exportation license, but we had the international police collaboration and we could recover all of them, the 91 coins. The National Archaeological Museum drafted an excellent report about the coins, and they said that, of course, these coins are part of Spain's cultural heritage. And they found some remnants in the coins that let us know that the coins had been recently cleansed after being taken out of the earth. Thank you so much.
Sí. Gracias, Monse.
Thank you very much, Monse. You can sit around on the other side. David, Maria, are you going to come up front and sit down as well?
Sí, sí. Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Monse.
So thank you once again, Monse.
María,
David y María.
Samuel, María de Andrés.
Gracias. Muy bien. Pues sí, son ellos dos los que suben. Sí, sí, sí. Bien, continuamos con la primera mesa.
Right, so we move forward in this first round table today about synergies between our university and the Spanish police in the 21st century. And now I would like to give the floor to the first two speakers, but I'm going to also introduce the four next speakers because they are actually a team. So they are the living proof of the synergies between university and police. So I'll introduce all of them. So María de Andrés Herrero, she's a doctor in prehistory by the University of Köln in Germany. She's currently teaching, a lecturer here at the School of History and Geography at Complutense. She took part in European projects and developed her career between Spain and Germany. 2 years ago, she began with David Alvarez a new project. They are colleagues here in our school, and they began a project with the forensic police in Spain to apply forensic methodology or methods in archaeological contexts. David Alvarez is a graduate in history and doctor, PhD by UNED. He's focused on the study of collectors and hunters in the Pleistocene, and he is a lecturer in history, hunters-gatherers. He's an expert in hunters-gatherers, and he also coordinates the bachelor's degree in archaeology at our current school. Since 2007, he's been the head of several archaeological sites, and he's published up to 41 papers. Elena Ruiz, she is a police officer, forensic police, from the Central Unit for Identification in the General Headquarters for Forensic Police. She's got a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in forensic science, specializing in criminal science from the University of Madrid. And she also has a master's degree in human anthropology, which is a master coordinated by several universities in the region of Madrid. She's a PhD by the Complutense University, specializing in anthropology and forensic anthropology. Up to 2014, she was working in the School for Forensic Medicine at UCM, and in 2014, she became a police officer. Since 2018, she works at the Central Unit for the identification of remains and samples. And finally, we have Samuel Miralles, who is a former colleague of Elena, specializes in forensic policing and imaging technologies. So as a forensic photographer, he brings together CSI with different research projects and innovation projects in the area of imaging and scientific imaging. He works in teledetection and the implementation of different optical imaging methods in multispectral spectrum. So they are a very strong team, and the first results of their projects were published in spring this year. So they're going to tell us a little bit more about it. So yes, this is a paper that they have published, the 4 of them. And the metrics are 1028, and the percentage of reliability is 99.9% among 28 million papers. So it's one of the papers that has given more to talk about, and the top paper in the journal where they published it. It's also one of the most viewed articles, papers from our university. The first one for humanities, and one of the 5 top papers when it comes to the press attention that it has gathered. So a very successful paper, very popular also in blogs, social networks. The results have reached 25 countries with 15 languages. 400 million people have been potential viewers of this piece of research. And the Nature journal also featured it as the image of the week. So quite successful. The paper is one of the most important scientific findings in 2025 in the press in humanities. So yes, I wanted to present the 4 of them at the same time, but I will now give them the floor. Maria, please. No pressure after this very kind introduction. First of all, we wanted to thank the organization for the invitation to be here today, and also the Foundation for the National Police. Thank you dearly, and also thanks to those who are already our support group at the police, the central headquarters for the forensic police, Carmen Solís, Silvia Pérez, Samuel and Elena, who are with us today and will take the floor briefly, and also the rest of the members of the Central Unit for Identification, who also took part in this piece of research. And thanks to them, we managed to solve a case from over 43,000 years ago. The main individual involved in the case was a Neanderthal. In 2012, well, actually, before 2012, we had a research project in Segovia, a town in Spain, and we discovered a few archaeological remains in a site. You see it on the screen, the Abrigo de San Lázaro archaeological site, rock shelter at St. Lazarus. But, of course, we've been dealing with other archaeological sites for many, many years. Now, the main question whenever we started our research at the valley of the Eresma River was that there was a gap in the settlement of Neanderthals between the valley of the Douro River and the central chain of mountains in Spain. As we know, Neanderthals had a very peripheral distribution in the Iberian Peninsula. So the center of the peninsula was traditionally considered not to be heavily populated with Neanderthals. So what we wanted to do was find some evidence of Neanderthal settlements in the center of the peninsula, and especially in this particular area, because we thought it had been a very favorable area for human settlements. So on the screen, as you can see, we found several sites. The Abrigo de San Lázaro is the one that you see on the screen, just below the castle. And then on the left of the screen, the upper left corner, is Abrigo del Molino, which would also be on the yellow circle on the right. They are at a 400-meter distance. We began on the Abrigo del Molino. We see it's also down on the left corner, Abrigo del Molino, Abrigo de San Lázaro, and just a few meters above is also Abrigo del Molino Superior, so the upper Abrigo del Molino. The Abrigo del Molino is partly destroyed because there was a sewage collecting system built over there. And as we know, the law for cultural goods dates back to 1985, so this was before the law. There was no sort of archaeological follow-up on the place, so it was partly destroyed. So when we started digging, we saw that there was actually an archaeological site, but unfortunately we only had a small part available. We usually go from up to bottom when we dig, and so we needed some scaffolding to tackle this archaeological site. It took us a few years, actually, from 2013 to 2018, and we saw 3 human settlements. Underneath these 3 settlements we have a few sterile layers which were the result of several floodings from the Eresma River throughout time. They were very interesting, and we had a geologist from the National Institute for Geology who also did wonderful work analyzing the sediment. But we want to focus on 3 human settlements that were found underneath at the archaeological site. The first one, or the last one, depending on how we consider it, the last settlement is the uppermost layer. We barely had any remains because, of course, that would be the uppermost part of the site, the one that's most exposed. Then we would have level 3 with 3 lithographical layers, E, F and G, and then level 5K, which has the most, the largest number of remains, and so it's the most informative one. Of course, the timeline was most important. Carbon-14 has a limited life, and so we weren't sure if we could date the remains. But the Neanderthals that we found in Segovia are the youngest ones in the Iberian Peninsula. With radiocarbon dating that we did in Cologne, and then also at Oxford, allowed us to date the remains for the settlement at level 2 in between 44,000 and 41,000 years, roughly. Here we have a picture of level 2, which would be, of course, the deepest part, the furthest part of the abrigo, of the rock shelter. Of course, we found rests of animals and some remains of stone tools, so with some marks that they have been used as tools. Quartz, for example, stone. Then we found level 3, or layer G. also 44,000 to 41,000 years. At this level, we see that there's a bigger surface, and so we also found some Neanderthal remains. Just the point that I'm clicking on right now, the yellow circle, we see some bones with some marks, as we can see on the screen. These are a few of the remnants that we have managed to find at level 3. We can see that they are quite uniform. The findings that caught our eye were the ones at St. Lazarus, which are a bit different from the ones that we see here. Here we see some lithic tools, the way that Neanderthals used to carve and treat their tools. Also some bones that were hit to extract the bone marrow, and some marks from cutting tools for the carcasses of dead animals. The latter of these settlements is level K, which is the oldest one. The University of Oxford dated it back to 52,000 and 42,000 years ago. Here we can see the surface. And we also dug a column to analyze pollen samples. Now the key findings here were the ones that we see on the screen. We see some horns from deer, vertebrae from bulls, and then, as you can see, the colleagues over there are actually digging the remains of a wolf, which we saw somehow scattered. We see the legs and the jaw. Another very interesting finding at level K is that we had many silex fragments, and we managed to rebuild how they were broken. If you can see it on the left side on the screen, we can see how Neanderthals were slowly peeling off the stone, so to speak, to create some cutting pieces and tools for themselves. So we've managed to sort of build back or undo the work that they did. So that will be the result of our excavation. We still left some part that was not studied, so in case other colleagues want to do some further research, they can still do it. And now we created a protection structure around the site. On the screen now we see the Abrigo del Molino, and a few meters above we identified a small hole because we thought that whenever there is a site, there are usually other sites around. So we did some prospecting, and we saw that there was another site just a few meters above. In this case, it was dated back to roughly 42,000, 45,000 years ago, so quite similar to the Abrigo del Molino. So that's what we found at those two rock shelters. Now moving on to Abrigo de San Lázaro. This is a shelter that we discovered in 2014, but we were focusing on the Abrigo del Molino back in the day. So we couldn't start with San Lázaro until we were truly done with Abrigo del Molino. The site at St. Lazarus is essentially complete, unlike the Abrigo del Molino. So these are the ideal working conditions for archaeology. Right, so as my colleague Maria was mentioning, these sites that we've been investigating since 2013 are related to settlements that prove the presence of Neanderthals at a time where they had basically vanished from the European continent. So the Iberian Peninsula, and this is the fascinating aspect, is the last place where we have proof of Neanderthal settlements. And these sites are actually the most recent findings. So these would be the last Neanderthals in Europe up to date. So what we're going to talk about now is particularly interesting because it is part of a larger process where there are already Homo sapiens in the European continent, and we know that they have interacted with Neanderthals. But when it comes to the Iberian Peninsula, we don't have evidence of these contact. So, as we were saying, this is the picture of the archaeological site and the excavations at Abrigo de San Lázaro. So you can see the rock shelter and a small tunnel, so to speak, that goes deeper into the area where the arrow was just pointing. So this particular site is the most exceptional one, not just because of the findings, but also because of how rich it was and because it was full up to the ceiling, so to speak. It is quite big, and we found evidence of human presence at a very specific point in time. That is, Neanderthals were just passing through. And at some point, this was the last journey that they made. The site, we're now going to talk about this site in particular, in detail. Abrigo de San Lázaro was discovered in 2014. So we did some prospecting, and we wanted to see if there were other rock shelters with human remains. So that is the framework in which we started digging. We can see how we started to work, and we already found a few remains in 2014. The dates were almost the same ones as the Abrigo del Molino. So roughly 400 meters away upstream, we saw that it was also from roughly 44,000 years ago. So it was actually 2018. We discovered San Lázaro at 2014, but we truly started working in 2018. Here we can see a few pictures of the work that we started carrying out. The settlement sequence was quite extended throughout time. All of the remains that we found were from Neanderthal groups, but they all range from roughly 50,000 years ago and maybe 41,000, 42,000 years. As a side note, the ceiling of the site, just trying to see if I can point towards the picture, but up near the ceiling we found also a funerary site from 4,000 years ago, a burial site from roughly 4,000 years ago, which had nothing to do with our Neanderthals. So it was, of course, a latter use of the same area. Those are two images from July this year, our current campaign. We took a picture from the inside and another one from the outside. And this year, what we saw are some we're starting to see some evidence maybe of how the living quarters of the structures where they lived looked like. We also need to bear in mind that the ceiling of the rock shelter has been eroded and falling down, so of course the cave would have been covered further ahead, further outside the shelter. So now we're moving slowly into the site in our investigation. These are a few of the tools that we found. As we saw in Abrigo del Molino, we saw some heavy activities of tool manufacturing, but at Abrigo de Santa Fe not so much. Here we found tools that were built or created somewhere else, and in this site what we saw was edges and small stones that were used for carcasses, for example. So our theory, our working theory, is that there were different groups of humans that were coming into this area, and they were using the space for different purposes. So in this image you can already start seeing something that's quite peculiar. This piece was found at level H, and so it has to do with the last Neanderthals. We see a few levels above on the strata. Some of them were also radiocarbon dated. So this piece is part of a very well dated context. We need to bear in mind that the first remnants of Homo sapiens in the Iberian Peninsula date back to 35,000 years ago. So there is a 6,000 to 7,000 year difference between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens in this area. So from an archaeological point of view, even if we haven't found sapiens remnants there, we have no doubt that this evidence belongs to Neanderthals. As my colleague Dr. Herrera was saying, in May this year we published the results of this very dear work that took us almost 3 years to produce. And this was also a time of relief for us, because I was looking at my email daily and the website daily to see if there were any news about it. And so from the 26th of May onwards, I managed to get some good and much needed sleep. This is a jointly produced article with different authors and specialists. We're just the 4 of us here today, but there are many other experts that were part of the team as well. As you well know, the article had quite a huge impact. So this is the particular piece at the time of the finding. We see where it is located in the strata, and we can see that it's somewhat peculiar, that this stone is somewhat peculiar. As we were digging, we already could suspect that we were seeing something a bit unusual, something that didn't quite fit the norm in a site of these features. Usually what we saw were the rests of animals and the rests of the tools that we used for processing these animals. So in these pictures we can see the strata and the position of the stone within them. The image that we see here is the moment prior to extracting the stone. This is the image with natural lighting. It was a sunny day, and we can see that there's something peculiar about the stone, the shape, the size. It was a bit bigger, and a red stain right in the middle. This was quite a distinctive feature. So the first thing we tried to see was whether that red spot, this was a granite stone and this had a very peculiar shape, so we decided to see what the minerals within the stone were. We sent it to an expert, and it's true that some granite stones had some iron oxide stains that turn red, but the mineralogy expert said that this stain was not part of the minerals. And so we launched the second step. We tried to discover what it was if it was not a mineral or oxide. So we scanned the piece, and this is something that we actually did here at the School for History and Geography on that very same summer. So we decided to see the surface of the stone and analyze those three sort of indentations that we see on the stone. We see a few of them up on the upper side and another one on the lower side. So we wanted to study this in detail in 3D modeling. Some of the indentations are naturally created. These are indentations under 1 centimeter, so they are quite minimal. So we just wanted to see if the section is the result of a natural process or the result of human manipulation. Then we took part, we had the stone go and undergo a different process with the different waves or wavelengths or multispectral analysis, and we wanted to see if it had been altered somewhat. So, as the results suggested, and this is something that we didn't publish with the article because we're still trying to wrap our heads around it, but the multispectral results showed that there might have been some sort of human manipulation. First, we have to see what the stone is doing there in that strata. This sort of granite is only present in the valley of the Eresma River, and it's not very frequent, but we might find it as a result of sediments from the Eresma River. The size of the stone and the fact that it was not, that we see that it hadn't been used as a tool because there were no marks of it being used as a tool, if we compare it to the other stones that we saw on the site, this one is fairly bigger, as you can see on the screen. And also the other stones do have some signs of having been used as tools because they have been hit with one another. They are also very appropriate to be handled with one hand. They have the size of roughly a hand. So the other stones, as we can see, might be used as tools to break bones, to extract the bone marrow, or process animal carcasses. However, the bigger stone with the stain is not so small. So if we somehow inferred that it hadn't been used as a carving tool, for instance. And so we also did some research at the Center for Earth Science, and we took 3 samples from the stain, as we can see on the screen. We wanted to use an electronic microscope for that. And so we saw that it was iron oxide with clay. So ochre. This is the type of paint that is used in wall paintings in prehistoric times. So it was actually a pigment. It was under 1 centimeter wide, So it was a pigment on the central part of the stone. We also analyzed the position of the stain and the marks with the stone, the signs, the markings. And there's roughly 1 millimeter, a 1 millimeter distance between the stain, the red stain, and point number A, and also point number B. That situation, that geometrical shape, might be just chance, but we wanted to see the possibility that it was chance or it was on purpose. So we did some statistical analysis and used this 3D model because we wanted to answer the question to which extent that geometrical shape and those proportions were just a matter of chance.
So in this regard, with more than 10,000 models that were statistically used, the percentage was below 1% or not 5% that this could be a chance result. So we knew that this red spot was there for a reason. Now, I don't want to make any spoilers because then Samuel and Elena will elaborate on this, but we determined that there was a fingerprint here that corresponds with a human being, which accentuates the intentionality of the action, so that this red spot was put on the rock using a finger, so it was something done on purpose. We will never forget the day we met, Maria and I, when we met at the general headquarters for forensic police. I remember that day when we met there and we presented this rock. We told them that we were not suspects, we were archaeologists from the Complutense University, and we wanted to see if the police had the time and the interest to collaborate with us on this finding, on this rock. And of course they were very thrilled to work with us, and we made this finding together. So in what context can we place this this fingerprint? The question is a question that also the peer reviewers have asked in the revision of the paper. The question is, how, to what extent can this red dot be something that happened by chance or be something intentional? Well, my colleague Elena will elaborate on this later, but as you can see, there's a clear intention to do this. And there's a correlation between morphology and this spot. Archaeologists usually have to provide an explanation of why a Neanderthal will take a rock from the river, take it to his shelter, a rock that he is not going to use for anything else, and that this rock has a red spot. We have to explain why. We think the reason why a Neanderthal would do this, regarding if we consider the part of the rock, we think that it's the shape of the rock that played a role in this situation, in this Neanderthal choosing this rock. Probably we could distinguish somehow a face on this rock. It's not a carved face because the holes in the rock were there naturally, but by adding this nose, this red dot as a nose, we can make it look like a face. So pareidolia, which is a physical phenomenon by which people can recognize faces on clouds, on trees, and everywhere else. This is just an example at the Arguelles metro station. When I was there waiting for the metro, I took a picture because this is a real pareidolia, so something in nature that looks like a face. Someone drew a mouth and eyebrows on this poster, on this commercial poster on the bus stop to make it look like a face. So sometimes people find natural shapes that look like a face to us, and we sometimes modify them to look like a real face. This subject has been studied for many years. We know that primates were able to identify faces too in the past. All these studies over time have led to the conclusion that there's a mechanism, evolution mechanism in our evolutionary process that in the past led to, was a necessary mechanism in the socialization process in order to find similar faces, to find people. If sapiens have it, Neanderthals probably had it too, had this mechanism to find faces too. So probably this rock was manipulated because for someone this rock looked like a face, and that's why they put this red spot on it. It doesn't mean that there was any kind of, that it was any kind of ritual or anything like that. It's just a symbolization process by which you take something that looks like a face, you make it into a face, and you keep it. It doesn't have to be a ritual or something more transcendent. And this little rock is what made us work with the police. I'm pretty sure that when you first saw this picture, you thought, what are these nerds doing here talking about Neanderthals? Well, this is a very good example of our collaboration. And I want to point out that that was not the only case where we found this symbolism, this pareidolia phenomenon. In history, we found shells, bones that have been manipulated to make them look like body parts or faces. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Pues nada, Samuel, tienes la palabra.
Samuel, the floor is yours.
Yo me voy a levantar.
Vale, tú mismo.
I prefer to stand up to put my paper. Now, for my presentation, he has a sore throat. I want to start by apologizing for my voice. This is not my normal voice. Is not that I'm impersonating Colombo or something like that. It's just that I have a sore throat. I'm sorry. I think I will I will be able to go through my presentation anyways.
¿Vale? Sí.
Abajo.
Vale, ahora sí, ¿no?
All right, so now you can hear me. So first of all, I would like to start by thanking the Complutense University, the School of Geography and History, the Policía Española Foundation, for organizing this Congress, and of course the General Headquarters for Forensic Police for giving me the opportunity to address you all, and thank you to all the guests too for being here, even in a bad weather. Thank you for coming today. So my work in this multidisciplinary work with my friends, already friends, Elena, David, and someone from the General Headquarters, was the easiest task that I've ever done. I just had to turn on a camera and take a picture. We will now go through the methodology of this picture. So let me start with the origin of our relationship. One morning, someone came to my lab in the crime scene investigation department, because that's what we investigate. We investigate crimes. So someone comes, my boss comes, Silvia, and Commissioner Carmen. They tell me that people from university are coming to see me. This is not often the case, but sometimes it happens that some students come to ask for a collaboration. Students from university, they come to ask for a collaboration. But then my boss tells me that these people that are coming are archaeologists. So suddenly I wonder, what do I have to do? What does my work have to do with archaeologists? I remember the exact date when this happened, when Maria and David came to my lab posing a challenge. Like every forensic investigation, this started with a finding, a suspicious object. They brought a suspicious box inside a suspicious bag. This bag was very heavy and was carrying also the heavy weight of history in it. So talking about this bag and the box inside, they told us that they have dug up this rock. For me, it was just a little rock. Now we can call it leucogranite and all those technical words, but for me, at first glance, it was just a rock. Every time we start an investigation in the forensic police, we also ask for some moves, some diggings, that we have some people that we have to interrogate, and some statements. But here the only statements we had was the explanation that the archaeologists gave us. This was a leucogranite rock with a ochre stain or ochre spot in the middle, and they thought that their premise, their theory was that someone with their fingers impregnated in clay had touched this part of the rock and had left that mark on it. So I was tasked, with our tools. The task was to try to identify whether or not under this ochre in the rock we could find a historical fingerprint or a tool mark. Of course, by addition. So this was mind-blowing. it was a challenge for us. We accepted the challenge. We like challenges. We get a kick from those, and everything that takes us out of our comfort zone, we like it. So we said yes. We had many limitations, though, for three main reasons. One, first, because of the surface. We're talking about a look of granite that is unique. So we could only use non-invasive tools. So we could not touch the object, so to speak. In a crime scene investigation, when they give us permission to touch the sample, we use dust, we use all the invasive techniques that we have. But here, we could not use those invasive techniques. The rock had to remain unchanged for further studies. We could not touch it or apply any physical, reactive, or any other invasive tools. We could only apply light to this rock to see how the object reacts to light. We have to work on these premise with these rules many times. I always say I'm like a ghost. I don't touch anything. I many times have to use non-invasive techniques. So it's something that I'm familiar with. It's a way of playing that I know. But there were two more conditions that were difficult for me. First, the time frame. We all know, or almost all of us police officers, we always say that time spent, that when time goes by, the truth escapes. That's a quote that we've worked with for many years. We know that the longer it takes, the more difficult it is to make any findings. So I asked Maria about the time frame in which this stain could have been made. They said 43,000 years. So this was very hard for me. I mean, I have to make a finding on a rock that could have been manipulated in a time frame of 43,000 years. I had never worked on a case like that. And then the third condition was the surface that we were working on. You have to bear in mind that usually the most favorable surfaces where we work to find items are non-porous surfaces, flat surfaces. We work on places where it's comfortable for us to work. But here we were working on granite, which is a very porous surface with many holes and bumps. So this was one of the worst surfaces that we could work with and one of the worst time frames that we could work with. They asked us if we could make it, and we said yes. So in this investigation, what we first did was take pictures of the rock, which is what the police usually does, which is what forensic police usually do. This image was generated by artificial intelligence, and I thank my colleagues for that. This was the first thing that they did, this AI reproduction of the rock, which is spectacular, and I thank them because this image is very well generated. After, when we had the Lucca granite in our custody, what we first did was generate a 3D model in order to better appreciate those small holes, indentations, and the irregular surface of the Lucca granite. We could also examine the 3 indentations that are at the same distance from this ochre spot. But it was a very bumpy surface. You have to understand that for us, the best place that we can analyze is a flat place, be that semen, blood, saliva, or any other bodily substance. It's easier for us to analyze when it's on a flat surface. But this surface was not flat. The surface was the worst case scenario for us. It's like they are taking a laugh at the forensic police because they dig this fingerprint on a little hole where it's very hard to use our techniques. So understanding that this surface was a convex on a convex plane, and of course we have worked with reconstructed fingerprints and things like that. We have digital stacking and other techniques to do this, and this is what we did. We did 87 pictures of the same place, modifying the focus axis. Then we use a special tool to make an image that is very accurate. Of course, the slide is not the same image that we can access to. And on this result, we can see 87 layers of the ochre stain. You can understand that the level of detail in these pictures is great. And that allowed us to see every aspect of the stain, every sediment in the stain. After that, we started with the real work. This is just this previous step was just the documentation step. So now, on the next step, we applied optical non-invasive tools or mechanisms. First, we use hyperspectral cameras. A hyperspectral camera is a device that is sensitive to wave ranges that the eye cannot see. So we have these tools in labs, and with the appropriate software, you can track all the frames which have 2 nanometers in width. So the level of detail is extreme. Here we can calculate every digital chemical print, so the spectral signature of the light in every pigment or in every substance that is attached, that is present on the Lucca granite. At that point, we already knew that the substance was iron oxide and clay. So we needed to penetrate in the stain, to cross the stain, to go through it with light. And in order to do this, we needed to understand how iron dioxide works with light. We needed a silice sensor and other mineral sensors that we have to use to go through the different layers of sediment. So once we knew what the wavelength was, we changed the tools, and instead of hyperspectral cameras, we started using multispectral cameras. that's when we generated reactions over on the rock surface to see how they respond. Here we see how some elements that are part of the natural surface of the mineral are reflected through light. But this is nothing special. This is part of the rock. It's not an item that wasn't there before.
So we can detect different reactions in the pebble, and then we have to examine one wavelength after another. This is really time-consuming because we have to take steps of 2 nanometers, and we had to be extremely accurate so as to know where we can reach. And we, apart from ultraviolet, we also used infrared luminescence. As we can see in the biggest hole, the one that David mentioned, we can spot a chemical reaction that we didn't see anywhere else on the pebble. In this area, this hole has some patterns, and there is a reaction to infrared fluorescence, and we are not seeing this reaction anywhere else. So this seems to indicate that this is something that is not part of the pebble itself. And we detected this 1,150 nanometers. Right now we can focus on the ochre dot. So far, we couldn't go through the iron oxide, but we have walked by trial and error. We had done a lot of tests on different pebbles, different granite pieces, and this lab work is extremely satisfying. So what we used was ultraviolet reflectography, and we began to trigger different absorbance reactions in different parts of the ochre dot. And this is what we found in the first images. This was the first time where we thought that maybe there was something under the ochre dot. We processed this image with some teledetection software we have been using for crime scene investigation in the forensic police. We have obtained excellent results when detecting latent remnants, be it fingerprints, bodily fluids, or whatever. So we used this teledetection software, and we enhanced the contrast of the image. And this is what we saw. We found this possible fingerprint, which was much more visible now. We were not talking about fingerprints at this point. This was a pattern, a set of parallel lines. So I told Elena, well, now it's up to you to ascertain what on earth is that. As I said before, this was a fascinating work. I received a lot of phone calls from Maria, from David. I even decided to block the numbers. But yes, I was giving them more information. And they were asking for updates all the time. But of course, if the pebble had been waiting for thousands of years, it could wait for some months more. But at any rate, it has been a wonderful present from Maria and David. It was a great opportunity. It was a door to an area we had not researched before. And at a personal level, it has been extremely satisfying because it was an opportunity to use 21st century techniques on a fingerprint from thousands of years before. So thank you so much for your attention.
Ah, aquí. Vale, 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 genial. Pues entonces pasamos. Está encendido, ¿no?
Vale. ¿Se me escucha bien? Can you hear me all right? First of all, I want to thank the Complutense University and the General Headquarters of Forensic Police for allowing us to take part in this conference. I would also like to thank David and Maria because they realized that there could be a fingerprint there, and I'm so very grateful for their thinking of us and offering us the opportunity to be a part of this work. So the starting point of my work was this image obtained by Samuel. And, well, we received a call at the Central Unit for Identification, and they told us, we have this image, we have this pattern, it's up to you to tell us whether this is a fingerprint or not. And, well, this was surprising for us because, of course, we work with fingerprints all the time. We are always comparing fingerprints so as to know whether a fingerprint belongs to a certain individual. But this was different from what we used to do. So first of all, we did some research in the scientific literature to see what other researchers had done previously when studying this type of fingerprints, which are called paleodermatoglyphs. And what did we see? Many of them had made a visual exam. For example, let's take these anthropomorphic pictures in a rock shelter in Granada. Researchers saw these parallel lines, and they thought that maybe they had been made by some individual who had stained their fingers in ochre, and this was a fingerprint on the rock wall. But they didn't go beyond this. They thought these were fingerprints, but there was no further analysis. There's another context where we often find fingerprints, which is in ceramic statuettes. In this archaeological site, for example, there are 700 oil lamps from the Roman era, and this is a very favorable context for finding fingerprints, because these lamps were made in clay, and it's very easy to find there the fingerprint of the artisan who made the lamp. And we've found in the literature another paper where researchers were investigating a terracotta statuette, which is a Venus some 25,000 years before our time, and they spotted a pattern of lines on the back of the statue. And they decided to analyze a series of variables, which are more or less the same variables we have studied. First of all, there is the morphology of the ridge. And the morphology of the ridge is not regular. As we can see, these are not straight lines. They are slightly irregular. It's like a series of small balls. And of course, this is related to the morphology of the skin. There's another variable that we had to study, which is the width of the ridge, which is the distance between two ridges, between two adjacent ridges. And what did we want to find? We wanted to determine whether the distances between these ridges were similar to those found in other human populations. In this case, we had no Neanderthal population to use for the comparison, because we had no population of the same time and place. But we wanted to see whether this distance was compatible with a human fingerprint. So we measured the distance across 10 of the lines, and we found an average width of the ridge. And then we measured each ridge separately. And we added a new variable, which is the density of ridges. This is a variable which comes very useful in current populations, because we want to choose the area of the fingerprint which is best preserved. And well, we chose this square area, and we counted the number of ridges within the square area. We also studied a very distinctive feature, which are minutiae. These are the characteristic features in fingerprints. There are many types of features. You can see them on the screen. Some of them are much more usual than others. But of course, this is the most distinctive feature in a fingerprint. And what else? As we had an automatic system for fingerprint identification, we checked the databases. Of course, we are not expecting to find the identity of the individual, but this was useful in order to know to which part of the hand this fingerprint came from. And this was interesting. We compared the fingerprint in its original orientation, and then we rotated the fingerprint 90 degrees clockwise. And what did we see? Well, first of all, we tried to describe what we were doing. We saw a series of lines of a reddish color and some white lines in the middle. And so far, this pattern seemed to be that of a fingerprint. We examined the margins of the pattern, which were irregular, and in some cases we can see this typical morphology we described before. As to ridge width, we had 0.48 millimeters, and this was compatible with average values for current populations. As we can see, there are many differences in ridge width according to sex and age, and according to the part of the hand we are looking at. That's why when we look at these variables, it is important for us to know the part of the hand we are looking at, and we have to be coherent when looking always at the same part of the hand and when using the same methodology. As to ridge density, this is of course related to the width, and we found 14 ridges in 25 square millimeters. This was compatible with values found in current populations. So this is another match. And we used another tool to mark the characteristic features. It's easier to see this using different shades of gray. And well, we process the image in order to better see the features. And we spotted 11 characteristic features, as you can see on your right on the screen. 13 characteristic features means this is a very high quality fingerprint. This is good enough to identify someone that we had in our databases. And which part of the hand did this come from? Well, we analyzed compatibility with the pattern with different parts of the hand. It could come from a finger, it could come from the palm of the hand, but our hypothesis is that the fingerprint came from the point of a finger. And yes, of course, we couldn't see this in our identification system because fingerprints are not taken from this part of the finger. We never take the fingerprints from the tip. For example, this is an example of the fingerprint left by the tip of a finger. And we can see that this is quite similar to the pattern on the pebble. So, in summary, we had found several similarities in morphology, in distribution, layout, width, density of ridges, and in characteristic features. This is compatible with what we see in current populations. So our conclusion was that this image was compatible with a fingerprint. And this was our work. So we are now beginning our discussion. But first of all, I would like to congratulate Samuel, Maria, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot your names, Elena, and David, if I got this right. I would like to congratulate you all. And I would like to ask our archaeologists how they came up with the idea of bringing this pebble to the police. Well, we needed to prove that the ochre dot on the pebble was not accidental. It was intentionally made by a human being. And there's no better expert in fingerprints than those experts at the forensic police. So we thought that this was a population of hunter-gatherers. We know that they used ochre to paint their faces. So it was quite logical to think that this ochre dot was made with a finger. And thanks to our deputy dean for research, and thanks to the head of the regional police headquarters in Castilla-La Mancha, we contacted the forensic police, and we had the opportunity to begin this adventure with Samuel and Elena. It has been hard work, but the results have been excellent. So, yes, finally it all came down to having the pebble on your hand and thinking that the ochre dot was intentionally made, and it was made with a finger. That's only logic. So there is some intuition at work here. There's some sixth sense that comes from experience. You have to think of different hypotheses that could be more or less logical, and then you need the evidence to support it. And yes, we have opened a new line of research here. As Samuel said before, this is an innovation. No one had ever done this before. So we are so happy of having walked together here. we archaeologists who work on this remote period don't have any oral or written records. So there's a lot in common between us and the experts at the police. So it was easy to understand each other. We speak the same language. What is evident, seeing what we have seen today, so we have been working with different organizations that work in the field of cultural goods, be it the universities, the police. So it's easy for us to collaborate with them, and we are open to collaboration. I was wondering whether there was anyone from the K9 unit here. Yes, we are ready to collaborate with society in general. We are not just carrying out our essential tasks of ensuring public safety. We are also open to collaborate in different fields and to collaborate with the Spanish society. And there's something I would like to know. The mouth we saw, what was that and who did it? There's something that seems to be a mouth. Well, so now we are going to tell all our secrets. So there's something I should say. During the excavation of the site, as I mentioned before, we saw this pebble for the first time, and what we thought was, oh, this looks like a face.
Ensuite, est le centre d'actualisation et de spécialisation qu'on appelle le CAE, qui se charge de l'actualisation et de la spécialisation de tous les membres de la police nationale. Et on collabore également avec plusieurs institutions qui n'appartiennent pas à la police pour pouvoir réaliser de la formation avec celle-ci. On a ensuite le CAEP, le Centre des hautes études de la police, qui sont chargés d'offrir une formation aux collègues de la police nationale qui ont été promus. L'École nationale de la police se trouve à Avila. Et dans ce centre, on peut trouver la formation des personnes qui viennent d'intégrer la police nationale, tant en ce qui concerne l'échelle de base que l'échelle de commandement de deuxième catégorie, c'est-à-dire les inspecteurs et ceux qui passent de sous-inspecteur à inspecteur. Et ensuite, le secrétariat général, c'est l'unité qui va travailler avec toutes les autres unités, qui se chargent surtout du personnel, c'est-à-dire des ressources humaines. Elle offre aussi un soutien matériel aux autres unités.
Training. We nearly created a university center, and thanks to this center we are here today. It has allowed to build a close tie to the university centers and the national police. It all started 2 years ago with my colleague Agustin. He was one of the people guilty as charged, as well as Cirilo Duran, former head of the division. And I believe this center has truly benefited our colleagues and police officers. Currently, they are dealing with the creation of a bachelor's degree for police officers and a master's degree for people going up into the executive ranks in Avila. And they also organize and convene several congresses. They had one in Coruña, in north of Spain, so they're usually on the road as well. This center has more and more activities, and the division for training is there to support as well. As I was saying, we're constantly doing several things, and when it comes to CAE, this year we expect to have more than 100,000 students in total. But we also have thousands of students yearly at the National School for the Police, or the National Academy. It's roughly 3,000 to 4,000 people from different ranks coming through Avila. We also have the courses at the Higher Police Studies, Center for Higher Police Studies, with several thousand students as well. And there's also the very different events and activities from the unit of selection processes. Just on the 25th of October this year, this unit carried out the first round of tests this year for the basic ranks, where we had over 27,000 candidates. Now, organizing these selection processes all across Spain takes a huge amount of effort. The unit for selection processes is currently focusing on having a closer relationship to candidates. And what we try to do is try to be sympathetic with them. We try to recall how tough it was for us ourselves to access the police, and so try to understand what their situation might be, what their needs may be, and so how we can best help candidates not to be so nervous. Of course, they're going to be nervous, and it's going to be a bit of a tough experience, but we are going to try and make it as pleasant as possible. And this is no easy task. There are many, many students, and all of them are trying to find the way in, either because they want to do this for a living, or because they have that childhood dream job. In order to achieve this aim, we have the help of AI and the state-of-the-art technology available. The idea is to be as close to students as possible. We give them their marks as soon as possible. We also say what the reference mark was for the like the lowest mark to be able to access the police service. We try to publish the exams and the dates for the exams as fast as possible, as soon as possible. Back in the day, there was no information prior to the official publication in the state's sources, but now we try to give them this information in advance so that they have a rough idea of when they're going to take place. So as I say, we're constantly evolving and seeing how we can use the technology available to make this situation for candidates as easy and pleasant as possible. So that's the current state of affairs. The idea is to ease the process as much as possible for candidates. But not only for candidates, we also deal with helping out people who want to promote within the national police. So the same philosophy that we apply for new candidates coming from outside, we apply as well for people who want to promote. So we provide them with the date for the exams as soon as possible, or at least a rough idea. The point of it all is, as I'm saying, to keep as close to accompany candidates as best as we can. We also carry out research on statistics. So we use technology to find out in real time what the most difficult answers were for candidates, what they thought was easier, where they made the most mistakes, where they had fewer mistakes. Some exams have a reading component or texts, and we have some parameters that we can monitor. Automatic correction. Some of the exams can be automatically corrected, and this allows for faster and swifter assessment. As I was mentioning, we had over 27,000 candidates, so correcting all of these exams or revising all of these exams is no easy task. On the 25th, we had the exams, on the 25th of October, and yesterday we had the marks with the list of candidates who have passed. Of course, the system is not flawless. Nothing in life is, but it certainly improved in the past few years, and it allows us to work much faster and with very high quality, I have to say. We also changed our assessment methods, and nowadays what we do is we first mark the theoretical exams, and this saves us quite a lot of time, because then we can invest time on physical training just for the candidates who have passed the theory part. So what used to take a month and a half now takes 2 weeks. It saves us money, saves us time, and it also saves money and time for candidates. Back in the day, they had to be preparing for a long time because they had no certainty when their dates would be, when their marks were. But now we give this information much faster, so they can best organize themselves. So we're catching up with the 21st century and updating our methods. And I think we are now swimming not against the tide, but directly in the same speed and tenor. I'm focusing a bit on selection processes, but I can also talk about training overall. We're doing the same, we're following the same philosophy. We're trying to be as close as possible. At the CAE, Center for Upskilling and Specialization, we expect over 100,000 students in total. Early on in September, we already had 90,000 students. We have some short-term courses, but also long-term courses. For example, 2-year courses for mechanics, for EOD experts, for pilots. And we also have one-day seminars or workshops for more punctual training, or more specific training. I'm going to start wrapping up. It's also so handling training for these amount of students at the National Police, and also in coordination with emergency services, with the Army and the Navy, with several universities. We have micro-credentials as well with the University of Salamanca, with the University of San Jorge in Saragossa. So we are trying to manage all of these coordination as well as best as possible. The Center for High Police Studies are also in touch with different universities to provide traineeship programs at the General Directorate for the Police. So it is quite a big division, handling many things that go way beyond the National School in Avila. So this was just a very brief overview in broad strokes of what we do at the Division for Training. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Jesús.
Thank you very much, Jesus, for this very brief overview of your division. Let's move now to the second speaker in this session. It's Chief Superintendent, Mr. Marcial Andrés Piriz de Vargas Machuca, who is actually going to retire in 10 days' time. He became a police officer in 1982, so dating back to the past century, if I may. And he's focused always on counterterrorism, both at operational, strategical and intelligence levels. Strategic intelligence and tactical intelligence. He was also part of several missions for with other intelligence services in Africa, Europe, America. He's just missing Oceania. He's also been an advisor for the Ministry of the Interior in the Embassy in Paris, liaison officer at for the Ministry of Defense in France. He also has a degree in law and criminology, Barcelona and Madrid, and training in the United States and France in intelligence affairs, and he's renowned for all of this expertise and work in counterterrorism. He used to be the head of the risk assessment and response planning on phenomena affecting domestic security and state institutions. He's also dealt with violent radicalization and geopolitical threats and hybrid threats from state actors, from hostile state actors. And now I would like to give the floor to my colleague.
¿Así se oye bien?
No, ya tenemos apretado. Mira,
okay. De acuerdo. ¿Qué tal? Buenos días.
Good morning. First and foremost, After this biography that Agustin has just described, I'm not going to use a PowerPoint presentation, so I follow a bit of an old school trend, which is public speaking without PowerPoint. Secondly, I would actually like to be standing because I really like to move around. But we have a fixed camera and interpretation services, so I'm going to sit down, although I'm not as comfortable sitting down because I believe that the table does not allow for more fluid communications with the audience. I do believe it. Well, I belong to the central headquarters for intelligence, so domestic security. Many people in the room are my colleagues. And maybe a few others are wondering, what is domestic security or internal security? Well, our Central Headquarters for Information, CGI, has brought together the concept of internal security. I have to say that I believe, sadly, that this concept is not enshrined in our national legislation. Spain legislation only talks about national security as an umbrella term. I'm sure you're all aware about what the national strategy for security is, so I'm not going to go into detail there. So this is the first irony that I have witnessed in my line of work. However, we don't talk about national security, we talk about internal security or domestic security. Our allies are states where the rule of law and the democracy are principles that are consolidated, and all of these allies have an internal and external security systems. We don't have such a clear cut, but I believe we might walk towards that difference. We can't swim against the tide. Just this year, we saw that the latest EU internal security strategy was passed, and we hope to have one in Spain as well at some point. I don't have much time, but I'm going to briefly talk about a few concepts and key ideas. I have given many talks in several places, and I usually deal with these concepts one at a time and devote almost an hour to each, but I'm going to try to be as informative and brief as possible. So, internal security is any alteration or vulneration of a democratic system, with the idea of subverting or attacking the constitutional order of the Spanish state, as well as the framework of fundamental rights and freedoms for citizens. So the idea is to essentially disrupt the functioning of society. We also have risks against internal security. I'm not going to deal with that today, but we do have a newly coined concept or term, which is NATSI, new threats that destabilize internal security. And this is what I want to focus on today. By the way, if you have any questions, please interrupt me. I actually love posing questions as I go. I would actually ask questions to the audience, but this format does not allow me to do so. But please interrupt me if you have any questions. Up until now, we had traditional threats. When it comes to internal security, they were essentially terrorism, violent radicalization, and cyber threats, which might be a bit newer, but they are considered traditional threats, even so. But now we see these new threats, these NATSIs. A few of them are emerging trends, others have already been established, and a few of them are foreseeable threats. They are disruptive. They weaken the rule of law and the state because they are looking for profit, be it economic or geopolitical. And they can be seen because they are quite severe, they might be persistent, they may have a territorial dimension to them. Now, what are these concerning threats from our point of view in the remaining part of the decade and in the foreseeable future as well, in the decade of the 30s in this century? I'll briefly list them and then I might go into detail with some of them. I've talked about destabilization, and I'm going to number a few of them that also have to do with destabilization. We have terrorism, radical and illicit radicalization, cyber threats, these NATSIs that I've mentioned, new threats for the destabilization, technological risks generated by technological advancement. And these are all threats that we have properly defined as concepts and terms. And then we have two threats that belong rather to the area, to space or geography. We have the eastern border and the western border. I'm talking about current points of conflict, but of course maybe in the future we will have threats in the north as well. The national police does not use the concept of flank. That belongs to the military. We use the concept of border. So, terrorism. When it comes to terrorism, the main idea here is that we only have terrorism of a jihadist nature, both in Spain and around the world. Yes, there are some other terrorist organizations, some places in the world, but they're not particularly relevant. So it's mostly or basically only jihadist terrorism. I'm certain that a few people in the room might be much more knowledgeable about this, but I just want to be brief. So, the two main organizations globally are well known. The first one is Al-Qaeda, and then the most recent one, which is the Daesh. Currently, we don't see as much pressure on the Western world as on the previous decade, but jihadism, terrorism has ups and downs. We see attacks daily in Syria, Iraq, Mali, Burkina Faso, Somalia, Niger, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. So those organizations do exist, and they have the Western world in their sights. Have no doubt about it. Let's move on to point number 2, or threat number 2, radicalization. The National Police and our CGI headquarters deal only with crimes against our criminal code, or enshrined in our criminal code.
What does this mean? Extremist radical acts that violate our criminal code, but behind criminal activity there is a criminal narrative. Right now, you cannot prosecute a narrative, save for certain exceptions, such as hate speech. But something is evident here. There is no radical activity without an ideological basis which is linked to a narrative. So there is a process of radicalization that comes to criminal activity. And of course, not all these narratives give birth to criminal activity. But of course, both the activities and the narratives cover the whole ideological spectrum from far right to far left, and anything you can imagine. As far as ideology is concerned, we have a woke ideology at the far left, and we have raised ethnic supremacism on the far right. Those are narratives. But these narratives can have a material result in a criminal activity, the most dangerous activity for the West is accelerationism, which is the exacerbation of a supremacist narrative. Some of these phenomena are born in the United States and come later to Europe. This is the case with the woke ideology, with survivalism, with white supremacism. I won't go into much detail here. The third point are cyber threats. Cyber threats that are under the jurisdiction of our general headquarters are only those that are a potential risk for the structure of the state. So common cyber crime is not under our jurisdiction. Let's move on to the fourth point. The new destabilizing threats for domestic security can be classified into three types. Hybrid threats from state actors. I won't go into much detail here. We could go on speaking the whole morning about hybrid threats. Secondly, the crime by proxy. This is an English term. Of course, we are a colony up to a point. And third, the serious destabilizing crime. I come back to hybrid threats by state actors. This includes, for example, misinformation. This is one of the 16 threats included in our National Security Strategy of 2021. The operations of influence and persuasion, synatic actions, which means sabotage by a hostile actor, usually through the intelligence services of a state, and demography and migrant flows as a weapon. I have also mentioned technological risks coming from this technological disruption we are living right now. There are experts defining our time as the GNR time, genetics, nanotechnology, and robotics. This is the time we are living now. And there are many technologies which can be beneficial but also disruptive for us. And some of these technologies have a dark side, which is the possibility of making a malicious use of these technologies. I'm sure you're all thinking of Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data, what we should call massive data. We could call it datos masivos, that's better Spanish. We have also 3D printing, which is right now 4D printing, blockchain. Those are technologies we are seeing right now. They are part of our lives, but there are more. Quantum computing, this can have an enormous impact. In a few years, this is going to reach such an enormous level of development. I'm not an expert in this. I'm an expert in foreseeing potential threats. So quantum computing is going to destroy any encrypting technology we are using nowadays. You can have a super quantum computer that would go far beyond what current computers can do. From my point of view, the three more relevant threats, the more important from the point of view of internal security, are quantum computing and what we have defined as autonomous systems, such as autonomous vehicles, drones, and robots. I'm always speaking from the point of view of domestic security, and those devices are actual threats right now. We can also mention nanosatellites, hypersonic systems, which right now have used by armies, but they could have civilian uses shortly. And genomic edition, which is going to change our society. We can modify someone's genome. This could be used to heal diseases. That's wonderful, but it could have other malicious uses. And they are telling me we have some time left for questions. And, well, to wrap it up, as to space and geographical area of these threats, we've got our eastern border, the Slav world, especially Russia. Maybe in 5 years, the situation will be different. But in the short time, we foresee this is going to be a threat. And for us, this seems too far away, but maybe some of you have been on holidays in the Baltic countries. I have been there, and I have seen what fear is. If you go to Finland, which has 1,000 kilometers of border with Russia, you will understand it. Sweden has re-implemented the military service, which had been abolished years ago, and it has been extended to women. And I don't think that Swedes are stupid. I don't think so. So they are building an army, and the reason is fear, and the reason is this eastern border. There are many illegal trafficking through this border, such as people wanting to fight the jihad, trafficking of illegal weapons. This happened after the Balkan Wars, and it's going to happen once the Ukrainian war is over, and the technology involved is much more advanced than the one existing after the Balkan Wars. Uncontrolled migrant flows. And there's something I would like to highlight. There is no wall, no police, no army able to stop desperate and hungry people. So we are going to see massive migrant flows. And the possible solutions are multifaceted. Solutions are not based exclusively on security. In the next decades, we don't know whether we will have a tsunami, an earthquake, or a pandemic, but we are pretty sure of what will happen with demography. There will be 200 million people in Africa wanting to leave Africa, and they are not going to go to Pakistan or Madagascar. They're wanting to come to Europe. And there is our southern border. Traditionally, our border was with the Maghreb. As you know, the Maghreb are the countries on the southern coast of the Mediterranean Sea. But our southern border is now beyond. We are now talking about the Sahel. All the illicit trafficking you could imagine are coming from this area, and they will go on coming because there is a demographic explosion. And the more people come in, the more threats we'll see. There will be threats we can't even foresee right now. In the General Headquarters for Intelligence, we have coined a term. This term I mentioned before because we are seeing emerging threats and threats that are already present and are in process of consolidation and which will stay with us for at least 20 or 25 years. So we need to adapt, we need to be flexible, we need to collaborate. So thank you so much. I would love to hear your questions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Marcial. Vamos a pasar a la siguiente ponencia.
Thank you so much, Marcial. About artificial intelligence, that would be the topic discussed by our next speaker. He is the Senior Commissioner Santiago Maroto Domínguez. He is right now the head of the Central Unit of Technological Support at the Director General of Police. He has a degree in physics by the University of Salamanca. He has a master in telecommunication engineering, a master in systems for intelligence at the Polytechnic University at Madrid, a master in systems management for information and communication at the military school at Marin, and he joined the police in 1995. So he dates back to the last century. He has been assigned at the General Headquarters for Intelligence, General Headquarters for the Forensic Police, and at the Secretariat of State for Security at the Ministry of the Interior, and from 2018 to 2021 in the Central Unit for Cybercrime in the General Headquarters of Criminal Police. Good morning to you all, and thank you for inviting me. I'm not going to talk about our division because it's easy to know the structure of our unit. I could speak about what Marcial has told us, because 90% of all those potential threats are closely linked to new technologies. I'm not a historian. I cannot know the period of time. We have to wait until things become history. But something is clear now. History is being created every day. In January 2023, in the training for candidates promoting to a chief inspector, I asked my students about generative artificial intelligence. No one had heard about it, and only 3 of them had ever heard about ChatGPT. So in January 2023, no one had heard about ChatGPT. But the question now would be, who has not heard about generative AI? So the world is changing very fast. Now in November 2025, the world is not the same it was in January, both at a geopolitical level. Let's think about the change in the White House. So there is a tectonic movement which never stops. And which are the main actors here? Which is the new actor that has appeared and is changing the game? Well, it's AI, and it is comprised of three elements: data, computing capacity, and a technological platform, the algorithm. What's happening right now? The computing capacity is enormous. We are talking about chips of 2 nanometers. The next step is quantum computation. 2 nanometers it's amazing. So the capacity is enormous. Communications. Right now we can connect any 2 points in the world thanks to Elon Musk. Right now the whole planet is connected with an enormous bandwidth. You can have a subscription to Starlink for $30 per month and watch a movie in streaming in the middle of the desert. Millions of people are connected with high quality. And we have the Internet of Things. Everything is connected. Right now, we have sensors generating data all the time. We are moving sensors. We've got the cell phone, the car, the smartwatch. Our cars are computers on wheels. We are hyper-connected. There are massive data. So we have an enormous computing capacity, an enormous amount of data, and we have ever more powerful algorithms thanks to Gen AI. So we can combine these three factors. Let's think that until some years ago, technological development only took place in Europe and the United States, but now we are talking about hundreds of millions of people in India and China. And of course, they can create knowledge. They are superpowers at a global level. So we have many, many thinking heads. And something is very important here. The business world has seen that the money is in the artificial intelligence. So many people is being invested in these developments. At the beginnings of the 20th century, the most important companies were those producing raw materials, such as coal. In the middle of the 20th century, manufacturing industries were the most important. At the end of the 20th century, the most important companies were oil companies. And right now, the most important companies are those managing data, Google, Amazon. So the world has changed completely, and so has our life. You were mentioning genetic addition, and of course there is a genetic alteration, even an involuntary one. If you have teenagers at home, you will see there are different species. There has been a quantum leap between our generation and the next one. The way of relating to other people is completely different, and human relationships are the key to human beings. So our way of relating to each other is key. I don't know much about biology, but I know about phenotype and genotype. And it's clear that the phenotype is changing. teenagers are different. They have a different way of thinking, and even physically they are different. If you have children, you'll know it. They are very able with their hands. They can use their phone so fast. They have a lot of visual capacity, but they have a lower concentration capacity. So the world is different. And how does this affect the police? Well, we are here to serve the society. We are a part of society. So if society changes, we have to be where society is. We have to provide services to our citizens, and citizens are different from what they were. And so our work has changed too. As to artificial intelligence, as Marcel said before, artificial intelligence, well, I think there was a conference at the beginning of this year at the University Center at Salamanca. They discussed artificial intelligence in the police. But as I said before, since January, things have changed a lot. Actors are different, simply because there's so much money here. And I'm talking about Spanish billions. That is millions of millions. You can hire engineers. We are surprised by Messi's salaries, but we would be surprised by engineers' salaries. If we saw this in a film, we would find this incredible. So at the police level, artificial intelligence has an external and an internal aspect. As externally, this is what I mentioned before, society is different, technology has spread. Many of these technologies existed decades ago. Alan Turing mentioned artificial intelligence. He saw the possibility of a machine cheating a human. He told about humans not knowing whether they were speaking to a machine or to a human being. He foresaw machine learning, neural networks. All this existed decades ago. But this has been a paradigm shift. And the shift has been Gen AI and the democratization of technology.
Algoritmos.
Over the past years, companies have developed algorithms and they have invested a lot of money in calculus centers. But now everyone has access to Gen AI through their cell phones. In the past, this didn't exist. This possibility didn't exist. So there are billions of parameters that are now, or trillions rather, of parameters that are now training Gen AI, which is huge. In January, the figures were lower, and now a few months later, we see more and more data being used for training AI. We use the baddies, so to speak, use technology for their business. Also, regulation has changed. A new European regulation, the Artificial Intelligence European Act, has been passed recently, and if you read it, it talks about banned systems, high-risk systems, and there's a lot of mentions to China, because we know that China is developing all these systems that are forbidden, like biometrical identification on the go, or other technologies that are widely used in China. For example, another thing that they use in China is citizen categorization and citizens rankings. You need a good rating as a citizen to access a loan or to access a rent. There are millions of cameras connected to a CCTV system in China to control everyone. If you cross a red light, they penalize you, and you go down in the ranking as a citizen. There are many instances of these banned systems. Now, my colleague was talking about national security. I was thinking, when I was listening to your comment, here in Europe, it's not very clear. This European regulation is applied to public security, but it's not applied to national defense. However, our national strategy establishes that national security is formed by the law enforcement agencies, the external action, and the army, with the help of the intelligence service. If we applied this regulation as it is, we wouldn't feel concerned. But anyway, we understand the spirit of the law and we will apply it. Now, regarding crimes and artificial intelligence and its influence in crime, crime has evolved a lot over the past years. For 3 years, I was the head of the Central Squad for Information Technology Security at the Central Intelligence Squad, and we would investigate very important hacking attacks on state systems. This reality has changed because the highest threat, which used to be the ransomware, it's an attack that consists on, hijacking data in exchange for a ransom. One morning, a company opens, and when they start doing business, they receive a message saying that if they want to recover their data, they have to contact a certain email address and pay a ransom, so that the data that is blocked, that is hijacked, is released. They ask for a ransom in Bitcoin or in cryptocurrency. However, nowadays, ransomware is much more controlled because artificial intelligence is very well trained, and companies can now have big, very complex systems to protect their companies against ransomware. However, it is true that this has changed a lot. We could talk about fraud and scams, information technology fraud, IT fraud is nowadays the second highest reported crime. The first reported crime keeps being common crime, but IT crime is the second most reported crime. Last year, there were more than 500,000 reports regarding IT fraud. These scams are bettered through artificial intelligence. Until 2 to 3 years ago, these IT scams were preposterous, but now it takes a huge effort to detect whether or not the IT fraud is real. It's very hard to identify these frauds. We have compromise indicators that don't match a normal email. In the past, it was very easy to distinguish a real email from a scam email. Now, we need an expert to determine that an email is a fake email. Also, the recordings have changed. video and audio real-time recordings take place all the time and are costing millions to companies. A CEO, just for example, a CEO gives a call to a financial department to make a payment to a third party. This whole process is being recorded. Also, sometimes criminals use fake voice and face image to emulate a CEO ordering a financial movement or a financial transaction. And people cannot recognize that this is artificial intelligence. They think it's the real CEO ordering that transfer of money. Now, fake voice generated through artificial intelligence is so hard to detect because AI can copy or reproduce the breathing, the pauses when speaking. It's incredible, really. And also, people who didn't know anything at all now seem to be very smart because they use intelligence, artificial intelligence, to commit their scams. Also, documents are being generated, and there are scams in this field too. So the police needs new tools to investigate these crimes. I move on now to the internal part of this presentation, which is why can, for what can the police use artificial intelligence? So AI helps us solve crimes. We generate, like I said before, a lot of data every day. Everyone does. Just by living our lives, we generate data. So when a police operation is carried out, we can gather a lot of intelligence. AI is allowing us to analyze all this data that is always generated. We have systems that help us generate patterns and analyze life patterns and so on. Also, we can analyze criminal activity through biometry. AVIS is a system that is being used in the Spanish National Police to recognize not only fingerprints but also faces. And it is merely based on AI, or solely based on AI. AI also allows us to better use resources. We can streamline resources regarding transportation or human resources, because when we detect a given pattern, we can predict, foresee what's going to happen and adapt accordingly our resources. Now, every police intervention can generate lots of information. And using an AI tool, we can create summaries of these interventions. These minutes, so to speak, include all the information regarding the police activity in an intervention, and they are generated by artificial intelligence too, with a large language model. So we have AI solutions, and we are using them. In my unit, we have started a plan on digital capabilities where police stations and other police departments can use OSINT and dark web analysis, also cryptocurrencies, monitoring tools, and other tools to detect life patterns. And all of these tools are powered by AI. These tools are now deployed in many police premises. Of course, we cannot reach out to all the police officers in the force. I was told that the heritage unit asked for a software to recognize something. Bayer Labs is the tool that they need, and we already have it in our unit. It includes 2 modes to recognize images with OSINT. So it's really frustrating to see that our progress and our technology doesn't reach out to all the police units. How much time do I have left? 5 minutes. Oh, that's more than enough. So, in order to use all this technology, we have to bear in mind a crucial element in applying AI by the police forces, which is that AI needs to be safe, robust, and trustworthy, because our investigations, the products that we create, are useful, are a public service. So police interventions and investigations have to be validated by the by the judicial authorities. So in the tools that we use and the ones we're developing, we try to meet these criteria, this legal criteria. And it's very important that everyone gets acquainted with these terms, with these concepts. We need to be able to explain what an algorithm does, what AI does. If you use AI to do something, you need to be able to explain why you used it and how you used it. And I'll give you an example, a European example. There was an algorithm for identifying photographs and videos of short firearms. This algorithm was based on colors, size, but it wasn't based on that. It was based on hands. So the algorithm would focus on hand shapes, and it would detect a weapon on a video or picture when it saw 4 fingers and a thumb that was hidden. And this algorithm worked very well, actually. It could detect weapons in dangerous situations. I mean, it could not detect the firearm itself, but could detect a dangerous situation, because it could detect a hand holding a dangerous object. So AI has to be transparent and unbiased. AI needs to be backed by data. These data have to be collected for training. Systems don't learn on their own. We need to train them. If we create a system for identifying voices, speakers, we need to feed that system with thousands of hours of voices, people talking. The same applies to a language model or translation model. We need many data to teach the AI, and as police officers, we need to make sure these data doesn't contain bias. And that's what we're working on now. In the US, a couple of years ago, there was a huge debate on this, because they use facial recognition to find suspects. And this tool worked very well with white people. However, with black people, there was a problem. It considered every black person a suspect. So this tool was very biased. It had been trained with with perpetrators that were, in the majority, were black. So the machine would always identify black people as suspects. We cannot have that bias because that would be detrimental to our reputation as a police force. Another thing we have to take into account when using AI is accountability. Behind every decision, a human being has to be held accountable. When we were talking about facial recognition, this is a very good example. Even if the machine can tell us that a fingerprint corresponds to one human being, there has to be someone who always verifies this match. I remember using a system that could identify Arab dialogues or Arab dialects, but in the end it had to be me, a human being, that would verify the information provided or the match made by the tool. So if you're responsible, you're accountable. And therefore the data have to be precise, accurate, and you have to be able to explain the system that you have used, to explain the algorithm. I think I'm running over time. All right, so 2 more minutes. Now, just to sum up, in the police force, there are 4 threats regarding AI. First is that our sensitive data may be exposed. We have been shocked to see colleagues that were using real data while using ChatGPT because, well, ChatGPT was a great tool. But all those real information that you, real details that you use on the internet will cause you to be exposed. And by the way, in WebPol, you can find in our unit, you can find a user manual on how police officers should use Gen AI, and in which cases we can use it, and so on. Now, a second threat would be disseminating fake information. Sometimes an artificial intelligence model gives you a result based on the data that you enter and the prompts that you enter, and the result is fake. This is what we call a hallucination in artificial intelligence. We need to understand that artificial intelligence can hallucinate, and this will be detrimental to our reputation. A third threat would be the magnifying of bias. AI can boost a bias. In our AVIS system, there are more than 3 million profiles, and it's very well adjusted to our population, to our real population. So we didn't detect any bias there. But maybe we could somehow develop a system in which the training information that we use doesn't cover the whole population. And in this case, we could generate a bias. The fourth risk is the risk of damaging police reputation. We cannot put our foot in it, so to speak. If we make a mistake, we will be on every cover, on every newspaper cover, and that would be very hard to reverse in the future. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Voy a dar también enhorabuena a Santiago, que ha hecho una exposición que...
Now I want to congratulate you for your speech, which is pessimistic and optimistic at the same time. Now, the final presentation will be will have to do with documentation of Spaniards and foreigners, and it will be held by Santiago Calvo Valladares. He has worked in many areas over his career. He has a cross-cutting experience in criminal police, forensic police, international cooperation, coordination of police forces, and so on, and documentation, of course, which is what brings him here. He has the military career and also holds a university degree. He's been working many years as the head of the documents unit, where they lead projects to improve police documentation regarding passports and ID cards and so on. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Director General. Before starting with my presentation, I wanted to congratulate the coordinators, because as very good hosts, they left the best part for the end. So documents are closely related to the national police. Of course, I have to mention the Royal Decree of 1824. But I'm going to address this document differently. I recommend that you read this Royal Decree, because I can detect 3 police activities here. Information. Of course, Ferdinand VII had to know that the absolutists were going to divide into 2 groups, royalists and apostolics. The second activity that we see here is investigation, police investigation. It can also be reflected in this document.
Bien, pues bien. Entonces sigo yéndome más.
So I go back in time to the Old Testament. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 6 to 24, Eva and Adam, the forbidden fruit. The fruit was forbidden, Eva, so don't touch it. Would there be a crime? I don't know. Maybe. But also in Genesis chapter 4, verse 3 to 12, Cain and Abel, the 2 brothers, that is a crime, with no doubt. So here, the threat that we see is impersonation, imposters. Then in chapters 22 to 25, we hear the story of Saul and Jacob. They were the children of Isaac and Rebekah. Rebekah helps the minor to supplant the identity of his older brother to get the inheritance. And after that, the 12 tribes of Israel come in the Old Testament, so I won't elaborate further into that. Now, the third activity that we can see in this document is documentation as a police activity. Because here we see that this is a security letter. We see a reference to the security letter, which was a sort of passport that allowed them to travel several kilometers away from their house without needing a real passport. This could be considered the precedent of the identity card. Then you had the passport for traveling more than 30 kilometers away from the domicile of the holder. There was another document that allowed Spaniards to travel to the overseas territories. In 1824, Spain still had Puerto Rico, Cuba, Peru was lost that year in November. We had the Philippines, the Carolina Islands, Mariana Islands. And at that time, well, in the royal decree, we talk about fees that were 4 Spanish reales for this ID card, the security card, and for the passport, the fee was of 40 Spanish reales. Currently, an ID card costs 12 euro and passport costs around 30 euros. So this is very affordable if you think of it. Now, what I mean by this is that documentation as a discipline has been in the police for many years.
Imagen, el DNI, el pasaporte y la tarjeta.
So the 3 main ID documents that we handle are the 3 that you see on the screen: national identity document, passport, and temporary identity document. So this might be actually the only contact between a regular citizen and the police officer. If they are never a victim of a crime or a perpetrator, they will just have to contact us for the national ID document, the passport, or the foreign or alien residence document. So every year we have over 11 million citizens that go in person all across Spain to the ID document provision offices. Now, I have to defend a bit the role of the national ID document in Spain. It is the only document that can prove the identity and the personal data of an individual, as stated in Organic Law 4/2015 regarding the protection of public order and security. At the National Police, we currently have 9 projects on digital identity, and I would like to briefly mention them as well. And I've also brought a couple of videos so that my speech is a bit more agile. So one of the projects is the Multiple Expedition Module, aka DNI Express, which received a prize from the Ministry for the Digital Transformation and Civil Service, as awarded by Order 915 this year. So other ministries are actually praising us for this. So now you can watch a video that explains the project briefly.
El nuevo sistema de expedición.
The new system for the expedition of the national identity document that makes the process much faster.
El primer paso.
The first step is to verify the previous ID document, national ID document.
Si todo es correcto,
If everything is all right, the citizen can use the fingerprint verification of both index fingers from both hands.
Una vez verificada la identidad, es momento de...
once the identity is verified, it's time to take a picture. Out of this picture, we will get the face of the person on the ID document. For the picture, your face must be free of any items that might blur your face. And then it will be digitally printed on your ID document. There is one last verification before signature, and finally a chip is added onto the ID document.
Los datos quedarán protegidos.
The data are then protected by a password that the citizen can choose on their own.
La identidad vuelve a verificarse.
The identity is then verified and double-checked by pushing the fingerprints onto the system again and contrasting them with the ID document. This new system to renew your ID document, these express booths, is a much more comfortable method for citizens and much swifter and safer. We keep abreast of the technological advantages in our service provision to citizens.
Bueno, hay otros proyectos como ha sido la instalación de...
We also have other projects such as the updating document centers where the signatures and electronic signatures can be updated. We have them on plenty of city councils all throughout Spain. And we can also pay the fees by card, 12 euros for the ID and 30 euros for the passport. There are also machines where citizens can double-check their appointments, and so they can swiftly go to the desks that would attend them, or assist them rather. This allows for a swifter, quieter service to citizens. We're also opening offices in places that are so small that they don't have a police station. So our network is growing. And now I would like to talk about our identification or ID document vehicle. It is a van that can travel to remote areas and can help them renew or get an ID document if they do not have an office or a police station nearby. All of this serves the purpose of being closer to our citizens. They were presented in October last year in Brihuega, Guadalajara, a province in Spain, in central Spain. And unfortunately, the floodings and tempests in Valencia led us to think that we had to be present over there. We all know what happened, we all saw the news, and the dreadful situation, basement being totally flooded because of the mud and the water that was rushing through towns. And so the police, the national police, was there helping them get their identity back, renewing their ID documents, because this ID document is what they are going to need afterwards to apply for benefits and social compensation and redress. Now another video precisely on VDoc, these mobile vans for mobile ID offices, so to speak.
Bueno, creo que queda claro que donde tiene.
So I think it's clear that the police needs to be beside our citizens, and I think this is the best example we could provide of this will to be of service. So in this case, a project from the ID division provided a real project that is up to date with the current state of affairs. We also have yearly meetings, the intergraph meetings, where we have everyone dealing with ID documents, passports, safety measures, and so on and so forth. And this year it took place in Milan, last year in Bilbao in the Basque Country. So we managed to present our project at that forum. We had an inspector over there, and we saw that many countries were actually interested in the VDOC project, these vans that are mobile ID offices. I also want to talk about my own, about the My ID project. The physical ID document is compulsory, of course. It dates back to 1944, and it has undergone several reforms and models. But with Royal Decree 255/2025 of the 1st of April, made us have digital ID documents. This Royal Decree, as you can see, has a very mnemotechnic number, 255/2025. And so according to this Royal Decree, we had to create the digital ID documents, and I have a couple of videos on how this can be done by citizens, how to activate your virtual ID document.
Mi DNI. Registro y activación. El DNI es...
Mi DNI. The digital ID is the ID document is the one that proves our identity. It is guaranteed guaranteed under the auspices of the National Police, but now we have Mi DNI, the app that allows you to have your virtual ID document on your phone. This allows for you to use your virtual ID document just as you would your physical ID document, but digitally. How can you obtain it? It's very easy. You just need your physical ID still in date and your mobile phone. You have 3 steps. You can register through the app, either on Google Play or the Apple Store. So when it comes to registering, you can either go through internet, police station, or a documentation unit. Number 1, internet. You can do it yourself if you have an electronic ID document and your passwords are still working. You can do this through www.midni.gov.es. Then you will get an activation code via SMS. You can then register your phone number and associate it to your identity. You don't need to do anything else for the time. The second way would be going to a police station and using a post for your DNI update process, PAD. So you put your physical ID document into the machine, you receive the activation code on your phone, and you can register. Third way, documentation units. You can go to one of these offices and renew your ID document over there. An officer will help you get your activation code and associate it to your mobile phone. So either of those 3 ways would require some time afterwards, and then, no matter which way you chose, secondly, you would have to download the app. That would be the second step. As I said, the app is available on Google Play and on the Apple Store, so both for iOS and Android. In this example, we're going to go through Android. Activation. When you open your app, you will have to agree to the terms and conditions. You scroll down and press OK. And so you activate your ID document. Press activate, and then you can read the data protection and privacy policy. You click on, or you press accept again, and so you introduce your activation data, your ID document number with your letter and the support number, 3 letters and 6 digits. Go on, and now we will be asked to create a safe password that is at least 8 characters and 3 among the following groups: capital letters, lowercase, numbers, and special characters. We can activate biometric mechanisms to open the app, such as facial recognition or fingerprint recognition, if we wish to do so, and our phone has these mechanisms. Then we will receive a verification code through SMS, and we will just have to click on follow or go on, continue, and so the app is active, and we can just click on see my ID document, and we have it on our phone. It's just as simple and fast, and of course as safe as always, as guaranteed by the National Police. If you wish to learn more, don't hesitate to go to www.mydni.gov.es. National Police, committed to you.
Mi DNI. Registro y activación.
Es el mismo.
Mi DNI.
Lo voy a repetir otra vez, pues si no lo sabíamos.
Sí, dale.
¿Cómo usarlo?
How to use your virtual ID document. Once you have your app installed, how can you use your digital ID? First, go to the app. You will need your password or your biometric activation. You can use facial recognition or your fingerprint. You will see your picture and personal details on screen. You can scroll down to see all of them. These data are only available for a limited amount of time on the screen, and they are never stored on your device. Thanks to the app, you can also verify your ID on someone else's phone. If you want to show your data to someone else, you have to click on Show ID, and you will have 3 options: Age, Simple, or Full ID. Each of them serves a different purpose that you will choose depending on the data and details that you want to share. Say you choose ID Age. You will have a QR code that states whether you are underage or not. Second, Simple ID document with a bit more detail. There you will have a QR with your picture, full name, date of birth, gender, and ID document number. Third, Full ID. This lets us go through a double step and warns us that we're going to share our full ID document through a QR. In this third case, it would be the full personal details. And so we can prove our identity with our phone, maybe at a bank, at a disco, at a club, when shopping or doing any bank transfer. In either of the cases, in all 3 cases, the QR code will only be available for a limited amount of time on the screen. The National Police guarantees that the data are truthful, and so we can generate a QR code as well through the app, just as you would scan a menu at a restaurant. The verification through QR code ensures the details are authentic and are never stored. They remain on the screen just for a few seconds. It couldn't be easier or swifter. If you wish to know anything else, go to www.mydni.gov.es. National Police, committed to you.
Bueno, desde que salió en abril, seguimos trabajando.
So this was actually released in April, so a few new features and settings will appear. We'll have, for example, more QR code options for aging, under 14, under 18 and over 18. And for example, for over 18, formerly we used to have the ID number on the screen, and we saw that this wasn't conforming to data protection, so we changed that. And so we also can create now, or we will be able to create in the near future, a QR code with personalized details. So it will be up to the citizen to choose manually what the personal details are that they want to share. So this empowers citizens to have more control over their own details and ensures and enhances data protection, because the for example, the law regulating vote per mail means that the officers from the postal service need to compare signatures and dates. So this would be a use for this QR code, for example. Postal service to vote. Also for officially released copies of your ID document, this is something that we're going to be able to do with the app on PDF, actually, as a PDF file. So we can use this to send a legalized copy of the ID document. We can also receive notifications for elections, specific notifications targeting specific user groups, maybe victims of a particular sort of fraud. So they can use this app as a way to receive notifications against scams or fraud. Also, personalized notifications. For example, a warning that your ID document is running out of date, or will run out of date in a few months. So we will recommend citizens to book an appointment to renew the ID document. Through 2026, the app will also have a certification through signatures and authentication mechanisms. We're also working along the lines of being able to take a picture of citizens in all offices all over Spain. And also, as laid out in Royal Decree 255/2025, the possibility of providing Spanish national ID documents abroad, so in consulates or embassies. If we are not staying in Spain over 6 months and we are legally residing abroad, we are not. We don't need to have or provide an ID document, but but you may wish to have it. So what's ahead? I don't know. When I came into the division, we had many issues when it came to logistics, appointments, bookings. I would actually be totally in favor of of a chip under the skin, and I think that would be much faster. That a doctor would just put a chip under our skin. That would make things much easier for us. But this is just a comment that I make because I'm old and I can allow myself to do so. Thank you.
Bueno, se abre el turno de preguntas.
So now we have a bit of time for a Q&A. I'm pretty sure you'll have a few questions, but please be kind. This is no interrogation. If you don't have any questions in the audience, I can propose a few of them. Just a quick one for Santiago. There are 2 Santiagos on the table, mind you. I was actually pointing a finger at him, so sorry. As you said, one of the key issues nowadays is cybercrime or technological crime. As you very well know, because you know it firsthand, as I do, as do I, we are met with a bit of a pickle when it comes to investigations, which is how to analyze this vast amount of data that we gather throughout an operation, computers, devices, and so on and so forth. So we talked about AI prioritizing what's most important and not so important. This is a problem, by the way, that is becoming more and more important because we now have more and more data. So is AI, or will AI help us to solve this issue, prioritizing information? Right. This is actually an issue that's always raised by officers during operations, so in searches and arrests, for example. After a search, we need to analyze all of the information from the things that we have seized. This goes beyond electronic devices, because we do have some tools for that. It's all sorts of digital storing, cloud services, which is a vast amount of information. Information stored on vehicles, for example, drones. We are seeing more and more drones. You need drone forensics almost. Watches, smart watches. So the amount of data that we have is just tremendous. It is totally unstructured, very many different formats, sometimes proprietary formats, depending on the technology used. So currently we have a project for Central Ucrif and Zico in the Costa del Sol in southern Spain. These are the organizations dealing with migration networks and organized crime. And this project allows us to massively extract data. So after we've seized information and extracted it, we can take all of this information and label it through parameters. For example, format files, or file format rather, PDF, video, photo, emails, and so on and so forth. We're currently working on it. We have a project also for next year, which is called Handscan. We do it through the State Secretariat for Security. And we believe that this project, Handscan, is going to help us. It will be a big leap forward. It can be used for forensic data analysis, and it applies also some AI analysis to group searches. But indeed, it is a huge problem. We're going to try and enrich all of this with with a large language model made by the police, generative AI for reporting purposes. So indeed, we now can't really get to grips with all of that information. So an operational group is actually drowning in paperwork and drowning in analysis after a search warrant has been guaranteed, for example. So that is our top priority, making that a bit more fluent. Any other questions?
No, a mí no.
Buenas tardes, disculpe.
Good morning. I could be posing questions for years, but there's something in particular that has called my attention. In 2023, France forbid to install TikTok in mobile phones for all civil servants. I would like to know your opinion about the use of TikTok in professional mobile phones for the civil servants in Spain. Well, I don't really think anyone has ever downloaded TikTok in a professional mobile phone, because professional mobile phones have some restrictions. You cannot install anything, and I think it's bad form to use TikTok for a grown-up. This is a question for Mr. Maroto. There are more people in this table. what would you prefer? To tap on to the potential for in research and innovation in private companies, or to rely on public companies, because private companies could advance R&I, but they could make use of private data. So would you prefer to rely on private or public actors? Well, technological sovereignty is a priority. And on behalf of the national police, I'm a part of the technological security. And we are trying to create national champions in the field of technology. We want to promote them, to enable them to develop our own software at the national level. But right now, we prefer to rely on our resources instead of relying on external actors. Good morning. This is a question for Santiago Calvo. Do you mean Calvo by name? Well, let's make things clear. Are we as national police getting ready for quantum computing and their impact on the encrypting of the data contained in ID documents? Can you hear me? I think you haven't listened to us. Well, as Secretary General for the Division for Documentation, right now I cannot give you an answer to that question, but please give me your personal details and I will keep you informed. We have an IT unit within the division, and they are experts in the field, and they are the people who really can answer your question. So please, later on during the cocktail, you can give me your name and contact details. And I promise that we will answer your question. Good morning for Santiago too. I would like to know your opinion about the following. In the future, the criminal code and the legal framework will be more adapted to the possibilities of AI. And do you think we will see the same thing we saw with the streaming platforms such as Emule? You see that the American authorities closed many of these platforms. And do you think this could happen with some AI platforms? There is an app called Clothes Off, and it has been used to create pictures of people naked using Gen AI. Do you think that in a near future we could close this type of platforms that are being used to commit a crime? Because these platforms are used to commit crimes because they are not controlling their users. Well, this is a very interesting question, but there is this eternal conflict between technology and laws. The internet gives us no possibility to filter data. Everything is out there. So the law is always running behind the technology. The law has limitations that technology has not. I don't know if you remember a sentence, a warrant from the National High Court who wanted to close the telegram service in Spain. And of course, this is impossible from the point of view of technology. I will give you another example. Many servers of Cloudflare had been closed because they had been used to illegally share football matches. But of course, this is affecting some companies who were using these servers for legitimate purposes. So if you try to close the traffic from a certain host towards a certain country, maybe you are not acting specifically on the people committing the crimes. You cannot. It's very difficult to fight digital piracy. You can try to filter the traffic from certain hosts. Yes, you can try to filter it, but really you don't know the content which is being conveyed. Maybe you are preventing digital piracy. Maybe you are affecting the business of a supermarket. So yes, the Internet offers many possibilities of malicious use, but this is very difficult to fight. Technology responds to concurrence, but the law always lags behind. So once the law reaches the point where technology has advanced further. So we can pass a law now, and it will be obsolete once it's approved. In a couple of years, we'll laugh at this law because it will be so obsolete. I have just received the information wireless. I would like to mention the infrastructure of CLABE. The national police issues the certificates of the ID national document. This is a very safe system. We rely on the National Cryptological Center. So I think that it will still be a safe system in the near future. There are many more questions. Well, then we are coming to an end. Good morning. This is a question for Marcial. You mentioned a series of African countries, and I would like to know more about Sudan, Mauritania, Burkina Faso, and Equatorial Guinea. Or do you want to know the capitals? No, I wanted to know more about the point of view of terrorism. Okay, from the point of view of the terrorist threat. Well, we don't have a lot of time. Mauritania. There is no terrorist activity right now. I'm looking at the expert who is sitting near me. There's no terrorist activity in Equatorial Guinea either. And as to Burkina Faso, this is the country where more people have died a violent death during 2024 because we have some branch of Al-Qaeda and some local terrorist organization, and the government is struggling to cope with the situation, and the situation has worsened after the French army left after the end of the Operation Barkhane. And about Sudan, there is a civil war. There is a war between the government at Khartoum and the militias. These militias are supported by several countries, some of the kingdoms of the Gulf. There are many soldiers of fortune committing atrocities. But as far as your question went, the answer is just Burkina Faso. Well, thank you so much for your presentations. They have been really enlightening and interesting. They have given us food for thought about new technologies and identification. And then we move on to the cocktail.
No se puede ser más explícito. No, es que no hay tiempo, no hay tiempo. No. ¿Dónde estabas?
No, toma. Sí, sí. Bueno, pequeño detalle.
Y en Sudán también, por eso lo he hecho con Sudán.
Gracias. No. No.
We have certificates for all the people attending the conference. You can pick them up here, right now, before the cocktail.
¿No me cogen ahora?
Sí, ahora.
Pero...
Lo estoy diciendo, sí. Van por orden alfabético,
pues, ¿cómo
sí.
necesita? Ayuda, venga. ¿Dónde nos ponemos? ¿Fuera? Pero no me han sacado fuera.
Sí, bueno, pues nos ponemos fuera para entregarlo.
Voy fuera, venga.
Pero asistan a la clausura.
Es que se va a clausura.
on the history of the police, where we have learned so many things over the last 3 days. I apologize for not being able to be here during the 3 days. We are at a hard moment right now, but I do appreciate the opportunity of taking part in this conference. I'm honored to share this table with Eulalia González Peña, with Agustín López Carriazo, and with Professor Herrero, the coordinator of this conference. And I will now give the floor to Professor Herrero as coordinator of this first international conference. Thank you so much for being here with us during the closing of this conference. It has been a fruitful experience from every possible point of view. We have walked together among all the teachers of our school and the teachers at the University Training Center of the Police. I would also like to thank our colleague from the School of Political Science, Diego Palacio, who has had a significant contribution to the Transipol project. And from the human and academical point of view, this is priceless. We don't have a lot of time, so I will try to keep our speech very short. The starting points of the conference were stated very clearly at the beginning of the conference. We are going to look back to several milestones in the history of the national police, but always taking into account the European context. So it has been wonderful for us to have colleagues from other countries who had given us their presentations and open new points of view during the discussions. The first part dealt with the historic creation of the national police, and our colleague Flavio dealt with the concept of police before the creation of police. Later on, we focused on the royal decree creating the national police. We moved forward to the organic development of police forces between 1830 and 1930. And we followed closely the timeline, and we focused on police practice and techniques between 1860 and 1940. Later on, we focused on European police forces and the dictatorships during the 20th century. There was something here quite easy to understand, and it's the following. The origins of Spanish police have some common points with the origins of other police forces in other European countries. This is natural. Spain is not that different from other European countries. And the police agencies were created in a time of crisis during the 19th century. And both the timelines and the structures reveal similar points across countries. And I think there is a matter for further research here. We drew here a comparison between the Portuguese and the Spanish police, and these studies will be a matter to discuss in the second international conference on police history. Later on, we looked at the police forces under the third wave of democratization, and later on we dealt with the police unification in Spain in 1986. This panel was highly dynamic. We could listen to witness of this time. We heard people explaining their personal experience during the period. This was fascinating. And today we have discussed the synergies between the Spanish police at Spanish University in the 21st century. The synergies had already existed for years. We have been working together for a long time. In this case, we have seen the synergy between the School of Medicine and the School of Geography and History of the Complutense University and different units of the National Police. So these synergies are always present. A short time ago, we read in the media about the need for the police to open to society and university, but this is already a reality. And the police is an institution very loved by Spaniards. And this collaboration between the National Police and Spanish University, and with the Complutense University in particular, date back to the beginning of the 20th century. Let's look back at Federico Oloriz, who was the father of the fingerprint analysis in the Spanish police. And he was a lecturer at the School of Medicine at this university, which was not called Complutense University back then, but University of Madrid. He worked with other institutions, but he collaborated with us. And he was a teacher also at that first School of Police. So there are many historic realities that have been an inspiration for all of us. Over the long months when we have been working to design and organize this conference, it has been a wonderful experience. Agustin, this was my first time working with you and your team. Thank you so much for everything. And I only hope that this conference has fulfilled your expectations, and maybe someone has discovered his or her calling and has found a matter for their PhD. And I do look forward to meeting you all again on the second edition of this Congress.
Muchas gracias, profesora Herrero.
Thank you, Professor Herrero, dear Lola. I'm very happy to share this project with you because everything was so easy regarding the organization and the result of this Congress. I just had a meeting of the board of professors, and I'm updating my colleagues on what you have been doing here on this relationship between the national police and our school. Many schools I'm sure that will also collaborate with the police in the future. We were the pioneers, but I think in the future you will work with other schools too. Now I give the floor to the head of the National Police Training Center, the head of the training center. Again, I mispronounce his surname again. Like I said, Agustin, the head of the training center, has the floor. If you allow me, Madam Director, I'll make it short because some of us are hungry already. And also Lola just said everything I wanted to say, so I can only echo her words and wish you all that you found this Congress interesting, and that you had this overview of the history of the police. For those police officers who didn't know about this, and also this has helped us to understand the present time by going back to the past of the police. And like Lola said, we have materialized this synergy. In this last session, we have seen that synergy when experts have talked about how they worked, police officers worked with archaeologists and other experts on several subjects. The university wants this synergy, but also the Spanish police wants this synergy because this provides good results for us and for the society in general. We learn from you and you learn from us. And always bearing in mind that our goal is to provide safety to people, to every citizen in the Spanish territory. So I also want to thank the Complutense University that I would call La Complu when I was a child, when I was not a child, when I was younger. And I want to thank you, Miguel, and I hope you extend my congratulations, my gratitude to your colleagues. I also have to thank Lola for being here with me, and to the rest of speakers and moderators. I think their papers were brilliant. I learned a lot, in fact. I couldn't attend all the papers, all the presentations, I'm sorry. I have to attend to other matters at the same time. And I also thank the guests because you ask questions, which means that these papers raised questions and were interesting for you. Finally, I want to thank the organizers of this Congress. Of course, I want to thank you again, Lola. We have worked closely, very well. I want to express my gratitude also to your team and to my team, because we have all worked closely in this project. Thank you all for your work in this project. Thank you also to those guests who had to put up with our presentations, and to those who watched us on streaming. Thank you. Thank you, Director Agustin. Thank you for your words. Now the Deputy Director General of the Technical Cabinet, Technical Support, has the floor. Madam Eulalia. So, we're now closing this Congress, and from what I hear, we're all grateful for what we learned and the debates we had. It was an honor for me to participate yesterday in a roundtable, and also for participating in these closing statements. For me, this represents a goal that has been achieved successfully. Among other activities to mark our anniversary, we thought about this Congress, and it has become a reality. After all, last year it was impossible during the 200th anniversary of the police. It was impossible to do the Congress then, but we could do it now. And this reminds me of the first time that I came to talk to Lola, or the dean. It was like 4 or 5 years ago. Yes, we had our masks on, and your response was so thrilling that we started working right away on several things. One event was the exhibition, the 200th anniversary exhibition, and this Congress. So I just wanted to express my gratitude to all the institutions and individuals that have made this Congress possible. I want to thank those who were following us on streaming too. And we're all grateful. We had a lot of food for thought in this Congress. And I want to mention the institutions, the School of Geography and History, also the Foundation, Spanish National Police Foundation, for their support to lifelong learning, and also to the National Police Training Center for their support. I wanted to express my gratitude to these 3 institutions because they supported this project throughout the whole process. Also, I want to thank the speakers, especially those who came from Portugal, Italy, or Switzerland. I think you provided us with very interesting, revealing data that help us keep on with our research. Also, I want to thank you for the exchanges of views that you promoted through your papers and your presentations. We have walked through a lifetime that allowed us to learn important dates and transformations in history, but also helped us to understand how the police keeps being a mirror of society, or keeps reflecting the reality of our society. We learn about the adaptation of police to the new realities. We've seen how European national police forces that emerged in the 19th century, they emerged to respond to a change in society, and how they managed to transform into civil corps, civil forces. Most European countries started creating their modern police forces in this century in order to control public order in the context of social change, and in many other fields related to crime. So this Congress helped us learn that learning about the history of the police is not only an academic task, but our duty. When we study the history of the police, we build bridges between our reality and society. The history of the police is a reflection of how societies understand order, protection, and justice. It is also the story, the history of many men and women who took upon their shoulders the task of defending others. This Congress also helped us to look back to better understand the future, and to try and envision a more democratic future, because beyond every democratic interpretation, we understood that learning about the history of the police, it's a duty, it's a need, a professional need, because we have to avoid mistakes from the past and preserve those values that were developed within the police force. Academics help us build a more institutionalized and fair memory of our police force. I think this alliance between academics and police officers will help us walk into a future where the police is more transparent and fair and aware of their duties. I think this Congress also helped us to understand that the police can be a tool to better understand our present and future. I hope this closing statement is not the end of this Congress, but the beginning of new experiences, new events in the future. I hope in the future we will keep working together, doing research and sharing and exchanging views, so that the history of the police is also a history of change. Understanding the history of the national police means also understanding the values that we want to protect. Thank you all for your participation and your academic commitment. Thank you for making this a place of reunion too, and I want to thank everyone for their attention, and I wish you all a safe trip back home, and that the knowledge that was created here will accompany us in our future tasks. Congratulations on the success of this Congress, and I wish you the best luck with future Congresses. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, querida subdirectora, por esta...
Thank you very much, Deputy Director General of the Police, for your reflections on the meaning of this Congress. Now, you have all put it very clearly and accurately, so what I can say is I just want to echo the gratitude expressed by my co-panelists, and I want to thank the head of the Police Training Center, and to Professor Palacios for his support to this event, and to all the panelists that have worked in these 3 intense days of work. Also, I want to thank the committee, organizing committee, the police force, Spanish police, and the Spanish National Police Foundation and its head, because we have now established a very good relationship to keep working in the future. Of course, I want to thank the unit of the Rectorate that is giving us the technical support to be able to record this conference and to play it on streaming. I want to thank all the guests and participants and the technical workers that are supporting us too, and also the interpreters who carry out an important job in this Congress. Thank you all those who, all of you, the ones we see, the ones we don't see. Now, if I have to choose something from what I've seen through this Congress, this milestone, I can sum it up in 3 ideas. First, this is the evidence of the links that we have, and we have had for many years. We had a session dedicated to these synergies between the Spanish National Police and the university. this is just one example, one piece of evidence of all the many links and collaborations between these two entities. We have collaborated with the National Heritage Squad, with police action units, psychology, forensic medicine, with the forensic police. There are many instances of collaboration between these two entities. A few months ago, we had the chance, the honor to be in Segovia presenting the result of this collaboration between the prehistory area and the forensic police. Now, this collaboration has had global repercussion. I hope you conveyed this to the people involved, because everyone in every place this has been echoed, and that's what we work for. We work for our society. The second idea that I saw here is that we keep building bridges between the two institutions. Like the deputy director said, we started our relation in 2019 when Professor Herrero was commissioning this collaboration ahead of the 200th anniversary. But that's just one example of these connections, these new collaborations. The third and last idea is that this Congress paved the way for the collaboration between the university and the police in the form of university degrees and master's degrees involving police studies. I think that's a milestone in the history of our two institutions. I always say that these institutions are composed of real human beings. When I say institutions, I mean the people behind those institutions. The synergies that are established between the institutions are crucial to attain our goals. But the most important thing is that those goals are understood by the institutions, and that they keep going on, even when people resign or are retired. Now, my mandate, my term will end shortly, but I'm sure that my successor will take the mantle and keep working on this project. And I hope that I can keep working on this in the future, on this project. And I would love to see that the project keeps going on in the future. Again, I wanted to thank you all. And like I always say, this is not a closing statement, but an opening statement for the second Congress, International Congress on the History of the Police, that I hope it will be held shortly. Of course, we all need to take a rest, but that's my hope. Thank you very much. This is your house, and feel it like that. So I hereby declare ended this first International Congress on the History of the Police. Thank you.
Repito dónde es.
So again, the cocktail will take place in the Edificio Multiusos. You have to cross the zebra crossing and then go upstairs. We can all go together or meet at the front gate of the building, but if you use Google Maps, you can find the building. Thank you.
Estas son las películas de las que aquí no hay